get the booyah of the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the MCPS Majors Season 5. We are now at our final week before the Grand Finals, which only means it's time to get the real party started. It's hustle time, baby. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with the amazing Husky. Buddy, how are you feeling today?
Feeling excited as always. It's been more than 2 years, AJ. We've started from Season 1 and here we are, Season 5, still going strong. And it's great to see all these teams coming back.
Yep.
There's so much history to unpack, but most importantly, this is the final stretch before we find out which top 12 team makes it to the finals.
Absolutely, and this is the first cast that we are both having together down here at the Season 5. I cannot wait to see the newest edition, Nexterra, in play. You know, it's the brand new Alpine. Alpine was the curveball for a lot of those big teams the last time around, and this time Nexterra is just going to be in the mix. I mean, we had a very brief conversation as to how Kalahari not being in the mix might be punishing to some teams, but this is the perfect way to kind of throw that curveball and make sure they hustle and practice a little bit more, kind of evening the battlefield out for a lot of the newer teams out there. And if you look at the overall leaderboard later on, you will see that it has done exactly that.
I think it's less punishing towards the players and more punishing towards me because I have grown up with Kalahari for 2 straight years and they just removed it. They removed it without telling me, and here I am very heartbroken, finding out 1 hour before the broadcast. But at the same time, I'm also very glad that there's constant innovation. We're getting new stuff every single time. There's a major tournament. We're getting new challenges, and that really shakes up the team and keeps them on their feet and really tests which team can adapt the fastest and which team can be the
kita
most
ada 2 hari, 2 hari bunyinya macam sikit, tapi 1 hari 6 pusingan yang dimainkan, masih ada banyak lagi peluang untuk pasukan-pasukan yang berada di bawah nombor 12 tersebut untuk mengejar kembali slot untuk menaikkan ke peringkat Grand Finals. Tapi terlebih dahulu inilah dia untuk pasukan-pasukan yang beraksi bagi musim kali ini, musim yang kelima, di mana grup A kita ada AV Radicals, Sam9, Tok Dalang, Tactical Intex dan juga MAB Esports.
Dan untuk grup B kita ada JPTNC, Les Presos Dragons, Yudo, Axis, Freedom Y, Project X Gaming dan juga TFC Esports ataupun lebih dikenali sebagai Terengganu Football Club Esports.
Dan di grup C pula kita ada pasukan Farang, Expand, Geekslit, Quick Reaction,
Freedom MY, Project X Gaming, TFC Esports. Last but not least, the 6 teams in Group C would be Farang, Expand, Geek Slate, Quick Reactions, Nova, and Pando EWG.
Yeah, some new names, some old names, but what will most definitely be the challenge out there is to see how some of these old guys kind of keep their momentum up in the competition. We know that some of them are most definitely struggling. I mean, you will be taking a peek at the overall leaderboard in a little bit, but before that, we have to talk about what's on the line, right? Because not just at the Grand Finals on the 15th of April, but even during the league stage, you can take away a little bit for yourself. The problem here is you really have to hustle if you want to take the biggest slice of this pie. As you can see, from the 15th place all the way down to the 18th, it's $425 US, $500 US for those who place from the 13th to the 14th, 550 USD from the 9th all the way down to the 12th spot, and of course, it just goes on up higher from there, Husky.
And at the first place, by the end of this weekend, the team will walk away with $1,450 US. But all these teams need to remember, if you get top 12, you not only guarantee yourself a minimum of $550 US, but you also guarantee that you are qualified to the finals to go for the biggest share of the pie. That will be happening in 2 weeks' time, which is going to be very exciting because in major format tradition, we only have that one Grand Finals day, and that is the day that actually matters the most.
And it's great to see that we are applying that sort of a format for MCPS Major Season 5. because it just brings out the very best of the teams, right? I mean, when you've got multiple days for the grand finals, some of them take a little bit of a lackadaisical approach towards the whole grand finals and might not be able to kind of hustle. We might not be able to see the greatest of dramas, but with just that single day, with just those single 6 maps running through, we will be able to see all of them put their best. But looking at the map rotations for today, we're going to start things off at Bermuda, head on into Purgatory for match number 2, then drop by the Skull Ranges of Alpine, and the 4th map is the one I'm most definitely looking forward to, the New Age Nextera. We hit that reset on Bermuda, but the 6th map here, Husky, this is one of the innovations that I absolutely love from Garena as well as Free Fire. The fact that they always keep it fresh season after season. Map 6, absolutely random.
Yeah, and that I think is the best way to really put these teams to the test, because back in the days we can look at the team's performance on individual maps and kind of theorize how they will perform by the end of the day. But with this curveball thrown in, it really comes down to how good the teams are in adapting to the situation. If a team isn't good on, let's say, Alpine, and we get Alpine for the last map, then they will really have to buckle it up. And another interesting part is that Group C teams will be playing on Bermuda 2 times today. So any Bermuda lovers is going to be very, very delighted with today's arrangement. But of course, in Free Fire format, it has always been the same. 1 kill equals 1 point. Booyah gives you 12. Second place gives you 9, and you -1 for every position below that, all the way until 11 and 12, which the team gains 0.
And of course, through the tournament format, we have seen many a strategy played out there on the battlefield. Some teams love to kind of ramp up the aggression from very early on, just focus purely on those elimination points. Some other teams, they focus on getting those placement points first. That's their main priority. And of course, in that final circle, then they start tagging up players, stealing away kill points from one another. And I'm personally a fan of the latter, but if any of the teams do go in for the former objective of getting those elimination points first before placements, it's just a much more exciting gameplay. But with great rewards also comes great risk, because it puts you in a terrible spot. You might just get eliminated very early on, and that hurts your progress in the competition.
Yeah, it definitely does. And when you look at kind of the overall standings and how things have been leading up to this point, certain teams have really shown that they have found the balance between getting placement points and elimination points, but there are teams who are better in terms of taking on their enemies, right? The team in first place, AB Radicals, have 20 more points in eliminations than they have in placements. They're sitting at 143 points, 5 kills alone. And then you look at JPTNC in 4th place, they have 85 elimination points, but they have 122 placement points. So you kind of get to see the yin and yang between some of these teams, but most importantly is to find that balance, which certain squads have achieved, like Expand and Farah.
I like the fact that you brought up that example, because JPTNC, they have almost half of the elimination points as to what AB Radicals has, but they're still in that 4th place. And this is mainly because of choosing the latter example that I gave earlier on. Finding that final circle, getting those placement points, because those points are guaranteed, man. You want to go in here for elimination points, yeah, some flashy plays might come through, but also the potential of getting eliminated very early doesn't give you a good position up on the leaderboard. But let's take a quick recap of the previous day. These are the best players as well as their performance. And of course, we're going to be led by Axel, who gave us a total phenomenal 22 elimination points for Expand, with a total of 10,075 damage put out as well.
And this is basically the Hall of Fame for snipers. Axel, sniper for Expand. You have Ramiel from AV Radicals. Also, he didn't have much eliminations, but he is also one of the sharpest snipers overall. And of course, from Quick Reaction, we have Nice Cyrene, also the sniper for the team.
And, of course, when you compare all of these 3 players,
of course,
Husky, it just seems like Axel's just outperforming Ramiel as well as Nice Cyrene.
Effective damage, or he's sniping, less compared to his team.
Yeah. Let's take a quick peek here at the previous day recaps for the best teams in performance. And it's quite surprising to not see AV Radicals here, and Expand just put on that firepower, right? Axel as well as Cobra, they contributed to most of the eliminations that Expand has picked up here from last week. A total of 45 elimination points picked up from the 2 days of play is nothing short of impressive. And this is one of the fundamental reasons why a lot of people, a lot of the fan base in Malaysia really believes in Expand. And they think that this is going to be the team that leads to the forefront for the Malaysian scene. A total of 40 assists as well. They were just absolutely popping off. But Quick Reactions was the team that I was actually very surprised to see improving last week.
Yeah, you have ex-Anxiety players in there, right? You have Chessman, who is now known as Guachi. You have Toby there as well. Just a very veteran roster. But this is it, the recap for the overall standing from week number 2. AB Radicals sitting in first place, 266 points, one full round away from Expand, who is sitting in second place, Farang coming in third, and JPT NC from 16th place in Season 4, now currently sitting in 4th place in Season 5.
And you can see that they have already taken note of everything that they've done wrong. The one thing that NC just did so terribly within the Season 4 was getting into those early engagements, not looking for that final circle, but they've really smartened up. But they also have to understand that getting into the grand finals is not the be-all and end-all of it. They also need to score really well there. So those engagements, those elimination points are going to be super crucial in terms of improvements coming through as we move on into the grand finals, which is going to be at the end of these final 2 days, because once again, this is the final week, Husky.
Absolutely, but we got to talk about some of these teams first. We didn't see AB Radical in that Hall of Fame, but we have AB Radicals being one of our highlighted teams because they are the powerhouses from Philippines, one of the fiercest team that did not show any signs of slowing down. Even after we reshuffled the group halfway through, they still managed to get 3 out of 6 booyahs on the second day of the last week. And it's safe to say that the group changes didn't affect them much, and it's very understandable because you have players who have played from Season 1, such as Ray Meow. But aside from that, we also have Quick Reactions, who is another representative of Philippines who has been performing very, very well. They have worked really hard to climb out the leaderboard from the first 2 weeks, and the best match that they had was on day 2 of week number 2. They got the Booyah and also 19 elimination points, but they just need to be a bit more consistent to make sure that they qualify for the grand finals.
Yet another team we want to highlight is of course going to be Expand. In total, they have 235 points at the moment with a total of 4 booyahs. They gathered 113 on the first week with 122 on week number 2. One can only guess exactly what week 3 is going to be, right? Because there's been a constant improvement from this team. On week 1, it was Roy, ex-Roy, the anchor of the team, kind of contributing a majority of the points to this squad. And on week 2, we saw that Axel really stepped it up for them, right? Throwing in 24 eliminations points for the squad. This guy was just on absolute fire. You have to also acknowledge the fact that Cobra has been building up a lot of momentum, and we know how he slithers around out there on the battlefield. CQCs, you do not want to engage with Cobra, and Expand, still with them finding their balance with the survival as well as elimination points has just been that great threat for AB Radicals. Perhaps the final week, Husky, is where we see them finally not just catching up, but taking that #1 spot for themselves.
I just love to see this rivalry brewing again, because last season in Season 4 finals, it was AB Radicals that took over Expand at the very last step. And now we're back to the same spot in the group stage itself. But there's one team that we have highlighted bit here and there that I think deserves a lot more of that attention. JPT NC. Last season, 16th place, absolute abysmal performance, but they've corrected a lot of those flops, and they brought themselves into 4th place at this point of time. Better team rotation, better decision making when taking fights. They're not as reckless as they were, and they're so much more consistent in finding those placement points. And for this week, they say they aim to get 50 elimination points, and out of 8 matches, that's an average of 6 eliminations per game, which I think is very, very doable for the team.
It's most definitely doable, but I like the fact that they are focusing on exactly what's needed for them to improve on before stepping on into the grand finals, right? Because when you look at JPTNC and you look at their performance on Bermuda, thumbs up. You look at their performance on some of these other maps, a little questionable, especially Nextera. And yes, if that map is going to be giving a run, some of these bigger teams a run for their money, no doubt at all that JPTNC is going to be struggling a tad bit. But, it's not something that they cannot resolve for themselves. Just throw in a little bit more of those hours on that map in terms of the rotations. But the biggest problem here is, no matter how much you learn your own rotations on a new map, you don't know what the other teams are doing because they are equally as fresh. So it's just to expect the unexpected out there on the battlefield. And we know JPTNC, because of their lackluster gunfights out there on the battlefield, they struggle a tad bit there. So it's understandable as to exactly why they've just been so proficient on Bermuda, a map where they're very comfortable on. 3 booyahs so far.
And at the same time, Bermuda is also a map that a lot of teams generally have a good grasp on. When you look at teams like Geek Slate, teams like Farah, teams like AV Radicals, like Span, these teams are all very, very solid on Bermuda. I would argue that it is the most contested map of all. And the fact that JPTNC got 3 booyahs on that map itself is very, very impressive.
Correct.
And a fun fact that they are actually gunning for Expand, and they actually left a special message for Expand when it comes to Bermuda, and they say, and I quote, "Don't run when Yazid has arrived." So I want to see if that is going to be the case when we hop onto Bermuda later on, because if you put up a message to the kings of MY, you better be able to put your money where your mouth is.
I mean, they're not just the kings of MY, they're also the kings of Bermuda. That's the best performing team in Bermuda so far, and they've got the most number of eliminations on Bermuda. JPTNC, one of the teams that has got the, the slightly lesser numbers, right? But of course, all of you guys can be great winners in here today. All you need to do is just follow the broadcast all the way to the end, and you get to claim for yourself a Pop-Pow backpack.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite parts when it comes to a Free Fire broadcast. Garena has been so generous to everyone out there, giving back to the community. There's always giveaways, whether it's cosmetics, a backpack, costume, gun skins. They got it. They got it all. If you want cool drips, if you want to be the next Yeezy guy, if you want to be the next guy with just dragon gun skins, Garena has it all. So as long as you are keeping in touch with the broadcast, you will stand a chance to walk away with these amazing items.
And that's just the giveaway for today. We also have another giveaway for tomorrow. And if you think we're not going to be doing no giveaways on the Grand Finals Day on the 15th of April, you're going to be wrong. You better be here for all of the shows and stay tuned all throughout broadcast, because we're going to keep it absolutely random as to when you pop that code out. So you have to pay attention all throughout. And you also get to, of course, indulge yourself in some great plays of Free Fire. There are most definitely aspiring pro players out there watching as well to see if or not you guys stand a chance. Let me tell you, you surely stand a chance. Anybody that believes in themselves, anybody that puts in the hard work, the hours into grinding the game, surely can share the stage as well, Husky.
Yeah, and the grind extends from attending the broadcast, getting the giveaways to the players also, right? Again, earlier on I brought up Ray Meow. This guy has been playing since season 1. He was with VPH Velocity, and he was one of the new kids on the block that really came out the gates, guns blazing, and from that very point, I had my eyes on him. Came back in season 2, PXG Radicals, set a world record for the most amount of points for a team in the group stage. Comes back in season 3 under AV Radicals, and finally wins the first major for the Philippines in season 4, and looks like they're on their way to win one more in season 5. So far, the team is in the lead, and let's see if they can continue that consistency on Bermuda, which has been one of the maps that AV Radicals has been performing on.
I don't know, man, because if AV Radicals actually manages to achieve that goal, then it would make them the very first of all, back-to-back winners of MCPS Majors, and it'll also make them the only team to pick up 2 MCPS titles, because in all 4 seasons we have had different champions, and we have not seen the kind of consistency that we've been looking for within these champions. AV Radicals is breaking all of that, and they are proving that they can bring it in here and they can continue to be the best. And I have a true feeling that it was mainly because of their performance at the Free Fire World Series at Bangkok. I think they performed phenomenally well. They did even better than Expand, picking up the 9th spot for themselves, as well as $70,000 US. I mean, that amount of money in the pocket has to give you either, a little bit of chance to take it easy and not really grind as hard, or it can be a great motivation because it shows you how far you can go, maybe even further.
Yeah, and as we go into the first drop, I just want to clear out some confusions, because people will ask, people who are not too familiar with Free Fire history would ask, well, Blacklist International won Season 2, isn't that a Filipino team? Well, it is a Philippine organization, but it was a full Malaysian roster, right? So AV Radicals was the first team from the Philippines with a Philippine roster that won the major, and I hope that clears up confusion for our newer viewers. But with that being said, I think AV Radicals, they won the major, they went on to Bangkok, and they actually placed lower than Expand. And this is why the rivalry is so interesting, right? You have Expand, who was, I believe, a few points below RRQ, and they almost made it into the grand finals of Bangkok, whereas AB Radical struggled from start to end. And right now, with a revitalized goal, I think if they can take down Expand a second time, this would really prove that Philippines is catching up really, really fast. They only have 3 teams in the tournament, and they all are in top 8.
And that's the beautiful thing about the Philippines. But JPT-NC is starting off hot, and it looks like they want to keep their promise about getting those 50 elimination points. But this is the weakness of starting off early. You barely have any one bit of the loot on yourself. I mean, look at Dino, right? He's got no medkits on himself. So if he does get tagged up, it's just going to put him in a very, very terrible position. But Nice Irene as well as Shin, they back away from this engagement. They know that they are in equal amount of danger as the players of JPT-NC, and X-Roy hops on in to find a free knock for himself, but the glue wall pulled up. Yazid brings Asta right back into play, and the ones who are in the biggest of troubles right now is Quick Reactions. They gotta quickly get out of here.
Yeah, both JPT-NC and Quick Reactions want that high tier loot zone, and they both ended up losing members at the start of the match. Of course, Quick Reactions, they are able to get some revives in. Yazid, unfortunately, is getting pressured by Nice Irene. And remember, they wanted to take on Expand, but if Yazid goes down right now, that dream will not come true, and he is dangerously low. Nice Irene has plenty of room to work with, and NC not really finding the opening that they want to. Nice Irene up the stairs, loses it to Yazid. Of all people, a clutch from NC.
The SMG MP40 just absolutely putting the spray on, but now surrounded already by Shin and my favorite snack, Kwachi. Kwachi, grenade up to the top floor. Yazid backs away down at the bottom. Shin misses wide with one more grenade to go. They just absolutely cannot waste this at all. Kwachi finds Yazid. Yazid gets tagged up, and I believe Yazid has got no medkits on himself whatsoever. That's pretty much the end of him, but it's not the end of JPT-NC just yet, I believe. The rest of the players have managed to back away, and Yazid should be joining them in a little bit.
I think one of the biggest critique of feedback that we have always of Kwachi, or known as Chessman back in Anxiety days, was that he's the primary sniper for his team, and he has always struggled in CQC. But now he has gone through a role change in Quick Reaction. The sniper is no longer him. It's Nice Irene. Kwachi has switched from sniper to fragger, and I think it's a really good change because he has always struggled in CQC, and the fact that he has improved in Season 5 in that department is a big, big boost for Quick Reactions as a roster and for him as an individual player.
It's a very nice double stack here from EWG, both Manchai and Monito. Manchai getting the tags first, Monito dropping the player, Manchai just clearing off the field, and now the opponents just have got 3 on their side. Let's see exactly how TFC backs away from this equation, because the circle is pushing EWG closer and closer towards them. And I believe there's just not much room to run around unless they take that straight road down. Nobody obviously wants to swim, but they do have that zip line. But you know exactly how slow the travel on the zip line is. You're going to get shot right off. So TFC has no choice but to take this engagement.
Yeah, and TFC also is one of the newer kids on the block. And obviously, you're in basically this ocean of sharks. See Jay-Z from afar getting the sniper ready onto one of the members of TFC. And just as great to see the Pando EWG, they maintain majority of the roster and only bring in Monito, who was with Fastkill and White in Season 2. TFC responding in kind, so at least it's not all lost just yet. And I think that even if Jump goes down, they still have Luffy left alive to keep the team in the game. But overall, Pando EWG with 3 eliminations to kick off the day.
But I really like the gameplay out of TFC here. They were very, very smart in terms of how they pulled off that maneuver. They knew that Jump had been spotted out. They sent Luffy out far wide because he should be able to play the game of survival. Later on, bring the team right back in on one of those revival platforms. But outside of the circle, this circle's not going to hurt him all that too much, but if he does lose a little bit too much of HP without continuing his looting process, he's not going to be able to recover in time. Coming across another team, that's just easy pickings for them for an extra elimination point. So we'll catch up with TFC and see their fate in a little bit. Pando EWG, on the other hand, they very quickly bring Jay-Z right back into the gameplay. It is now going to be a slow approach from all of the teams as they try to find their comfortable spots in this next safe zone, Husky.
Absolutely. Udo Access and Access Esports now getting Udo to collaborate with the organization. Again, lovely expansion in the world of Free Fire.
Yes.
They have evolved to be a staple name in the scene. And even at one point, Yudo Axis, or formerly known as Axis, has a big reputation of taking down Titans. And right now, I think in this current roster, they have so much to prove because they brought in 3 members from Season 4 of Blacklist International, right? They brought in Miro, they brought in Ashura, they brought in Fires, but they, at the same time, they also keep Neptune and Flame, which are 2 of my favorite players in the team, known as the Clutch Gods, back in Season 4. So right now, I want to see if Axis can continue that momentum because they did have a drop-off after the Season 4 Major, and this would be a good time to find redemption.
Back to the casual peak plays for Team Expand. A drone just over their heads, straight out towards the edge of the circle, where quick reactions are bound to be spotted if they step into the vicinity of that drone. But Expand doesn't really need to watch their backs all that too much. They need to focus on what's in front of them, and that is going to be Yudo Axis, who are traveling around in this open space, waiting to be caught out by a team. But the elevation from all of the hills and just the very smart maneuvering around, using those elevations as the perfect cover as to not waste any of their glue walls, that's the kind of team that's going to be finding the final circle time and time again. I mean, you see some of these rotations out there, Husky, that are pretty questionable at times, but Yudo Axis showing you exactly how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, just making sure that they're cutting through the areas that are unoccupied, and so far these teams haven't really ran into each other just yet. And mind you, it's 7.5 minutes into the game already. We have 45 players left alive. I say that JPT-NC just got wiped out by quick reactions. Kind of a tragic start considering the fact that they were the one who took the fight to QR and they ended up losing anyways. So the dream to face up against Expand on Bermuda will have to wait a bit.
Terengganu Football Club, sponsors of the squad, TFC Esports. They've got high hopes for this squad, but TFC's not doing all that too great in the competition so far. No booyahs to their name, and I would say they're good at keeping it equal in terms of the elimination as well as placement points that they've picked up, but both of those are just not good enough to get them into the top 12. But that being said, they are not too far away from that 12th spot. They just need to have, I think, just one solid game. If they can pick up 20 points from at least one match in here today, I think they're good, but they still need, just average consistency on some of the other games they play as well.
Yeah, the fight for top 12 is so tight. Freedom MY is 1 point away from Tok Dalang. It's literally 2 kills to make it into a 12th spot. This is the closest that it's ever gotten in terms of a fight for top 12. We just saw Geek Slate on our screen, and here they are. This is the team that did kind of vanish for a while, but it's good to see Geek Slate back because on Bermuda you still see a bit of their identity. They're taking on Clock Tower, which is their favorite drop spot, even back when they were called Geek Fam, and now taking on Freedom MY. Haziq starting it off with that first knockout. Freedom MY just could not respond.
And Haziq is most definitely going to be one of your front runners here for the side of Geek Slate. And with that high ground advantage, they can get that extra bit of information, but they just need to watch out a little bit because from the lower grounds, it is just a tad bit easier to strike that headshot. And Geek Fam might be forced to use a lot of their resources before they are even ready. And Geek Slate's just not that kind of team that loves dancing around in the earlier circles. And final zone is exactly where it all goes. But now grenade launcher, Haziq with a perfect delivery. And Manchai gets knocked down onto the ground. Eliminations will come on through as the team circles around. Yasta with the barrel. Pando EWG makes a speedy run out of this lobby.
And just in true Geek Slate fashion, they have done what they do best. Just all these rush are so well coordinated. And I think the most impressive part is that throughout all these roster changes, this is the one thing that has never really diverted from the identity of Geek Slate. Just the raw aggression that they bring to every single map that they play. Pando EWG completely unprepared, completely caught off guard. And Geek Slate wiped them in under 15 seconds. And it's also good for Geek Slate as well as a team because they're currently in 9th spot. And these eliminations, they will eventually add up to bring them higher up the leaderboard.
But I have to say that was a pretty bad decision-making coming through from Pando EWG. Stopping at the foot of the hill with their vehicle and then everybody hopping on out just because they saw a couple of players. They thought those were just easy prey. But that's a team that was already positioned there defensively and you never know exactly how that fight is going to go. They just got wiped out because mainly of that bad decision-making. Hopefully we do see another team step up against Geek Slate and give us a little bit of a stronger fight. maybe force Geekslate to have a little bit of a run for their money as well. Great knockdown off that glue wall. One taken down already. Luffy backs away. Axel, beautiful shot. Clips his shoulder. Not enough to knock him down onto the ground just yet. Backs away to pick Roy up, and Juice will be taking over from him. It is going to be the grows up for the play for Roy in a little bit, so all of the flurry of shots is not going to have Luffy surviving for much longer. TFC in a lot of trouble now.
And they also have a separate team coming in to intercept them and expand. They need to hold the fort. It's going to be too fast. And Zeus just making quick work of quick reactions, taking 2 more eliminations for themselves. And the best part is, because of this movement from Expand, they were drawn away by quick reaction. They don't have to worry about Geekslate, who was on the western side. Grenade getting thrown now. Unfortunately, Skip Toby, run away right now. Actually still surviving. A miracle for quick reactions. A 3 versus 4 situation, X-Droid. Looking around the corner alongside his buddy. It's going to be a 2 versus 1 crunch onto quick reaction. Axel from behind. Quick reaction caught out in the open. Toby forced into the building. Shin actually was able to catch Zeus from behind, giving quick reaction some breathing space to work with. Axel gets Toby. Expand, still maintaining the lead.
And Zeus still down on the ground, but he can be picked up instantaneously unless a grenade comes flying out of absolutely nowhere. Shin just trying his best to recover all of them outside of the circle. And Geekslate's on the way to say hello to Expand as well, who lead the current lobby with the most number of eliminations. Freedom MY, if they get their freedom from this lobby, they get taken out in the 10th spot by Farang.
Shin, the lone survivor of quick reaction, and this blue zone is going to start to hurt a lot. He does have 5 medkits left, but he needs to buy a bit of time for himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Illustrator Wegos showing up with McGrory finding 3 in a row. They all huddled together, and McGrory just picks them up. Charge Buster in hand, the last man of Nova left alive just for a while longer. Nova obliterated by IG.
No, obliterated by McRory. The guy hits a quadra kill. Fantastic performance here by the one and only McRory. Who needs grenades when you can pop off like that with a Charge Buster? Spade, once again, Mr. Potter gets taken down with a long-range snipe. It's going to be Farang on for the push against PXG. Jimmy Inoyo, this elevation is just going to keep them a little safe now, but they have to look for a better defensive compound as they circle around. They are within the circle. They've got 2 houses to occupy as well, but Illustrados are on the way to seek them out. Axis, on the other hand, just very safely in the spot. They can gatekeep both TFC as well as Illustrados. Let's see exactly how this one pans out.
You do Axis getting pressured by Illustrados. They feel like they need to push them away, but IJ, they're already running downhill. Circle very, very populated. Here comes Geekslate against Expand. One of the more anticipated matchup in this game number 1. Geekslate on the offense, and Axel punishes Kens for pushing on forward. All those grenades being thrown out, but it's Expand who gets the first kill. Hazik with the frags, not able to get much tags. Yastar in forward, running through the members of Expand, somehow still surviving. This guy is a shadow, but it doesn't matter. Expand has found him. Yastar stand rain, both go down. Expand left with 2, Geekslate left with 1. Hazik, can you clutch it out for his team? Expand still has members to work with, but they all go down! Jembo! Doing Expand dirty from behind! And Expand and Geekslate both get picked up by Farang.
And this is exactly what happens when you're not watching your back. It was a heated battle between Geekslate as well as Expand, but Farang showing up at the right place at the right time, chipping in grenade after grenade, picking off those players as well. It was the one and only Spade opening things up, and of course Jembal finishing things off. It's also going to be the one and only Yudu Axis now looking for that circle that Farang is holding on to with 2 players. As they circle around, they have to engage with Farang first, which puts Yudu Axis in a lot of a tricky situation, because right behind them comes Illustrados Juegos.
And when we look at Farang, we have to constantly remember that this team was top 4, was top 3 of the last major. They've been on that world stage before, and they were always so close. Alif getting Neptune back, Yudu Axis showing up. Farang still 4-man strong. Alif continuing to rack up bodies for his team. 9 eliminations for Farang so far, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopped. Udo-Axis just could not find an angle to penetrate. Aleph takes care of the remnants of Udo-Axis. We're down to 3 teams, AJ.
Illustrados, good grenade, goes slightly wide. McRory really low on that HP. Now, if there's anyone who needs to top it right back up, it is the one and only McRory. The glue wall melters come on through, one after the other. Illustrados, a double glue wall just to protect McRory. And out of nowhere, PXG just chips on in as well. Illustrados getting whacked from left, right, center. And it doesn't look like they're going to be making it out of this. Farang looking super steady to pick up this next booyah. On the kill tree is Aleph. CQC now from the one and only Spade. Double barrel in the faces of the players of Illustrados. Trying to break down the glue wall. Finally gets it. Claims those kills. The one and only Aleph. And Farang picks up the first booyah of the day.
If you've forgotten about Farang, you certainly will remember them now. 15 eliminations and a booyah. 27 massive points to kick off the first day of the final week of group stage. And currently they are in 3rd place, but with this one, there's a very good chance that they are going to come within touching distance of AV Radical. There's a fantastic performance from the bronze medal winners of Season 4, still showing up strong with the remnants of his core roster. And you love to see it. Farang as an organization, always consistent on the battlefield.
You cannot doubt this team. Most definitely you cannot, because not just the bronze medal winners for Season 4, they're also your champions of Season 3 that went on to the Free Fire World Series at Sentosa, bagging the 9th spot, taking away $70,000 for themselves. If anybody can do it, it is this team of Farang. But obviously, one of the best plays for them was the take on Geek Slate as well as Expand. It was a heated matchup, and like we were discussing at the front end of the match, where Geek Slate took down the one and only Pando EWG. Pando made a mistake. Geek Slate overcame their prowess with just about 15 seconds of gameplay. But against a more well-equipped team in Expand, that was dragging out. In fact, they were losing out that gunfight. But the one thing Expand did not expect was that shot from that back. First player goes down, shot after shot, a couple of grenades courtesy of Farang as well. And the problem here is Expand just could not turn around, because yes, they were slightly better than Geek Slate in that particular engagement, but Geek Slate kept them busy long enough for Farang to just cut that distance and annihilate both those teams. That was an amazing play, Husky.
It's pretty poetic if you think, because these 3 teams, Farang, Geek Slate, and Expand, they all love to fight. And once they get those engines going, they just could not find the discipline sometimes to stop. And that's why in that chaos, Farang was the one who was able to punish Expand and Geek Slate, who were constantly engaging in battles with different teams. There was not much time for them to really stock up on their ammunition. And at the end of the day, Farang gets the last laugh. But overall, I think all 3 of these teams did phenomenal. And I think it's also a good time for us to take a minute or two to talk about Pando EWG, because this was a team that finished 5th in the last major, and right now they are sitting at the cusp of elimination by the end of the group stage. They are not within top 12. In fact, at the start of the day, they are in 17th place, and with that 11th place elimination, they're going to remain there for a while.
I mean, I feel bad for them, but they're not the only team that has seen, terrible days. We're talking about how Sem9 has struggled. We're talking about how Todai has struggled. Even Geek Fam, the new and improved Geek Slate, they've struggled themselves a little bit as well. So now it's just the chance for Pando EWG to rise back up to the occasion. And like you mentioned at the very start of this broadcast, Husky, this is the closest fight that we've had here in the group stages to qualify for the grand finals. I mean, any one of these teams, as long as they just really hustle out there, even a team like Pando EWG, this final week can get them that qualification into the grand finals. But with a gameplay like that, with a decision-making like what we just saw against Geek Slate, that is going to be quite questionable.
Yeah, it's a kind of a minor throwback. Last major week, it came down to one last round to figure out who is the Season 4 champions. And I thought that was the closest we could get in Free Fire.
Yeah.
Right now, it is so close that even the team in 18th place can make it to top 12 by the end of this weekend. That is how close it has been. And I don't think it has ever happened before across the 2 years and a few months, 2 years and 4 months of Free Fire history since the first major.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the bottom 2, bottom 3, guaranteed, you always say by the last week, there's no way in hell they're going to be making it through to the grand finals. But it is still a possibility here. So, That's exactly why you have to love Garena as well as Free Fire for consistently and constantly just revamping exactly how the tournament is. And it just gives everybody a level playing field out there. Once again, with the switch out of those maps, taking Kalahari out, and we know how many teams out here are just absolutely in love with Kalahari. And if you throw in some of the newer teams against these top dogs, there's just no chance, no place whatsoever. But on the new age map of Nexterra, with the total confusion as to who's going to be dropping where, who's going to be taking in different rotation lines in, looking for certain circles, it just throws the game right back into that perfect balance. And that's exactly what I'm looking forward to teams like Nova, Pando, EWG, as well as MAB Esports really playing to their advantage. But unfortunately, we only get one Nexterra this time around, and that's on map number 4, right? In the meantime, they still need to hustle, Husky.
There's a lot of work to be done for some of these teams, and I think when you look at game number 1, we still get the top dogs basically dominating. I believe top 6 at least. You know, AV Radicals, Expand, Farang, Ilustrado Juegos, and Geekslay, they all showed up pretty well. I think the only team that had an unfortunate exit early on was JPT-NC, and that's the team in 4th place, so that standing will be affected by a bit. But so far, what we came into game 1 expecting to happen has happened according to plan.
I mean, I don't want to say I told you so, but you know I'm going to say I told you so. A team like JPT-NC just cannot sustain those early battles. Yes, they want to look for that high-tier loot zone. I absolutely understand that the blue circle is very valuable. But the moment you spot a team out there, your initial decision-making process has to be, how do we get out of this situation, instead of getting greedy for a couple of extra points from the very get-go, right? Yes, you can get elimination points, but you also have to look at your strengths. You have to look at your weaknesses. And for JPT-NC, unfortunately, their engagements are their biggest weakness out there on the battlefield. It was just unfortunate how that particular matchup kind of ended for JPT-NC, but we still have got a crazy target of 50 eliminations that they're looking for from this day in itself. So let's see. They've got 5 more chances, Husky.
Yeah, the craziest part is that when you look at the comparison between JPT-NC and Quick Reactions, they are the complete opposite in terms of how the team functions. JPT-NC, ever since the inception of Free Fire for them, they've always struggled when it comes to getting eliminations, but they're really, really good at surviving the long game. And when you look at Quick Reactions, this team loves to fight, but is horrible at surviving. And when you see that direct matchup in a high-tier loot zone, Quick Reaction is always going to have the upper hand because they have players who are basically forced in the flames of going for hot drops and going for that coin flip, right? You have Kwachi. This guy is one of the players that will always fight you early on.
Didn't help that the fact that Expand just held on to Pete. They spread out really wide, and one of their players were able to chip in into the engagement as well. But you have to expect the unexpected, especially when you're going to be landing in a blue circle so close to the compound of one of the bigger teams. And like you've already clearly assessed, it's not like Expand has kept this, or kept all of the other teams guessing which is the drop spot they're going to be picking out. So when you drop so close to them, you have to expect a little bit of heavy firepower from them. They are clearly going to be looking for some elimination points. They're a team that can engage early and still find that final circle. I think one of the biggest things about Expand as to why they've managed to kind of hold on to the top 3 spots is because of their capability to know when to disengage from battles. And this is not something that you just learn in one day. This is not something that you might even learn in one tournament, right? It's after multiple mistakes made out there on the battlefield, and you kind of tend to perfect exactly what sort of a timeline you work around with. Except for that final fight against Geekslay, the circle was so tiny, there's nowhere to run, Husky.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where you have to fight your way out. So, as Expand, you can kind of look at it and be like, it's an unlucky situation to be in. Geekslay was the primary enemy anyways. You can't really turn your back to them. But one of the critiques that Expand has always received from last season, even leading up to World Series Bangkok, was the inconsistency, right? They missed out by the finals because of one round where they basically got 0 points. And it's glad to see that coming into this major, they have rectified some of that. They brought in Zuez, the latest member of the team, and he has been able to pull his weight. And not many players can go into Expand, start a season off at a major, and be able to put out numbers and keep up with the rest of the team who has been practicing for a long, long time.
Yeah, I think Expand has managed to fix a lot of their, challenges that they have faced out there on the battlefield, except for one thing. And I think if they are able to fix this one thing, there's no doubt whatsoever that they can be the world champions one day. And that's the problem with their confidence. They just need to believe in themselves a little bit more to take this all the way. But of course, on a side note, as we look at the overall stats for the first match of week 3, day 1, a total of 52 eliminations out there on the battlefield, and Alif, of course, hitting the highest of them all from the side of Farang with a total of 7 for his side.
And at the end of game number 1, you can see just how much utility was utilized, right? We for season 5, we have the newest, cluster nades, and I think that is good as well. You cover large areas, you do a lot of chip damage, and 82 total glue walls destroyed. I don't think I've ever seen such a high number of glue walls getting wrecked in a single match.
You can thank the glue wall melters for that, right? I mean, you just pop one of those, you pop 2 of those, and you know how these boys are constantly on for the double glue wall defense, sometimes the triple glue walls. So we can anticipate high numbers like these because of the proficient plays. It's not just because of those glue wall melters. It's about the timing. It's about the accuracy of those glue wall melters as well. And you see that the teams have finally found that perfect spot where those glue wall melters are being popped even before the glue walls are erected because of how well they know the game. They know the fact that these players are going to be erecting those defenses, so they set that up super early so they can get the maximum amount of damage and a potential knock as well. But once again, the spotlight on our MVP player for this match, the one and only Alif from the side of Farang. 7 eliminations, 2,343 damage with a 35% accuracy out there in the battlefield. I'll take 35% anytime if I'm getting 7 extra points for the squad.
Yeah, on target, 35% out of 2.3k damage. That is very, 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 very impressive. You're getting close to the 800 mark in terms of damage. That has been very, very effective, right? In Alif, so much consistency. Of course, the team MVP has to be Farang. 15 eliminations and 13 assists across the board off of game 1. So team-oriented as a squad, and you don't really get to see much of these from a lot of Free Fire teams, and it's not it distinguishes the distinguishing factor between a good team and a great team is how well tight-knit they are when they play together as a squad, and Farang is one of it. The utility usage and how they always go for these pincer maneuvers, how they take on these fights, it has always been there in front of our eyes since season 3. But I always feel like we don't talk about it enough because they were always one step away from a trophy.
I mean, the main reason as to why that was is because Farang's one of the great teams, but they're not the best team. Unfortunately, not yet. They still have a lot of challenges to kind of keep up with, and we saw that clearly within Season 4 in itself. Farang taking the 4th spot within the league, and then when it came to the grand finals, they only managed to get the 3rd placement for themselves. But if you look at the gap between points, at the grand finals, it was Farang with 188, and they were in the 3rd place against Expand with 252 points. I mean, that gap was just way too wide. But if Farang can keep up this sort of a gameplay, if they can call upon Lady Luck in the exact same way they've called upon her on this game number 1, I believe Farang's not just going to go the distance, but they're going to be able to pick up the trophy once again this time round. Even AV Radicals will have a good run for their money. But you have to respect what Ilustrados Juegos have been able to escape in this match with 9 rank points and 7 eliminations for a total of 16, even outdoing Expand.
Yeah, and this is very, very good for Ilustrados Juegos as a squad, right? Because we started the day talking about out of 18 teams, 15 of them are Malaysian teams. We only have 3 PH representatives, and all 3 of them are currently sitting in top 8. With AV Radicals basically being the pack leader. You have Ilustrados Juegos, who is also doing a fantastic job, and Quick Reaction ahead of Todak by quite a bit as well. And that is, not including the fact that we haven't seen AV Radicals play for the first 2 rounds. So there's a lot to be desired. And with the fact that QR and IJ can constantly keep up this performance is impressive.
And of course, with Farang doing phenomenally well in that first matchup, as anticipated, they take that 2nd place, equalizing against JPTNC with 5 booyahs, and 256 points just puts them just 10 behind AV Radicals. Once again, I echo my point. Taking away that number 1 spot from AV Radicals is most definitely going to be a possibility from Farang if they can keep this up. If those insufficient accuracy comes into play, once again, if the inconsistencies come into play, then you know AB Radicals as well as Expand will go on to punish. Now, we have not seen AB Radicals dance the dance just yet in terms of how well they can do things out there on the battlefield. We haven't seen their full-on aggression, although they have the #1 spot. Like you said, we've seen record-breaking stats from this team, and I believe they're capable of executing the exact same thing yet again, but they just have not unleashed the beast just yet. Expand has to smarten up. They've been doing well, but getting caught out in some of these situations has to be something they have to expect in the future. JPTNC, a little too confident in this first matchup with that early engagement, and they pay the high price for it. And because of that, Ilustrados Juegos are just a stone's throw away from them.
Yeah, we started the day with NC having a decent lead in 4th spot. Now that one thrown out the window thanks to that early fight against Quick Reaction. And overall, it really shows you how that consistency has... This is why consistency is always the main topic when it comes to Free Fire, right? Expand, no strangers to rounds like this that been in these situations before, but one thing that is commendable is their management of it. Back then, they would completely crash and burn, but right now they're handling a bit better, and even though they know that they might not make it to the final circle, they still were able to tough it out and gather as much points as possible. But of course, the highlight was still Farang, because they are within an arm's reach of AB Radicals, who have yet to play today. We'll see if Purgatory changes that, because this is a map this is considered the largest map in the Free Fire competitive pool, and a lot of teams, they do struggle from the get-go. Teams that take Moat House, teams that take the edge of the map, often finds themselves basically trapped and gate-capped, and I want to see if those teams will be able to overcome these challenges.
I mean, I think Purgatory has just been one of the more balanced maps out there in terms of the number of points that teams have been able to pick up. But you are going to be expecting teams like Expand to rise up to the occasion on a map like that as well, right? Quick Reactions has been surprisingly decent at Purgatory. And surprisingly enough, Quick Reactions, I mean, of course, to your point, it's not very surprising. The number of eliminations that they pick up on Purgatory, 31 so far. That is the most in comparison to even teams like Expand of AB Radicals, who are currently tied up at 29. So you see Quick Reactions and their capability on that map, but their biggest weakness, once again, has to be the placement points. They're just not getting into that final circle, not being able to sustain their life because of that very aggressive maneuver very early in these matches, Sasuke.
But the good thing for Quick Reactions is that their draw spot not contested on Purgatory, right? There are 3 draw spots that are contested, and it's by all the very, very strong teams. You know, Expand is contesting Brasilia with Project X Gaming. I think that would probably be more one-sided towards Expand, but Force is contested by NC, JPT, NC, and Udo Axis. Quarry is contested by Pando, EWG, and Nova. So these are all really, really hot zones that we need to watch out for. And if Quick Reaction can take advantage of that, is the fact that campsite is completely ignored, and they do not have to make any rash moves if they don't have to.
AB Radicals will be watching, and they will be quite upset if their record on Purgatory is broken. They are the ones who hold on to the #1 spot in terms of performance on Purgatory with 56 points to their name, but Expand is just 5 points behind them in terms of beating them at their gameplay at Purgatory. So let's see exactly how this one pans out in a little bit. But as we wait for Group A to kind of hop on back into the battle with us, it's still going to be B versus C here. And NC, JPT NC, this is where I am very curious to see exactly how they manage to bring in all of those adjustments. Whether they get into yet another early engagement will kind of tell me if or not I'm going to be screaming for them by the end of this final week.
One team that we've already talked about, and I think needs to be re-emphasized just a bit more, is Pando EWG. When you look at the list of teams that are playing in this major, Pando EWG is one of the invited teams, and also the only invited team that is at risk of elimination if they do not buckle up. All the other 7 teams are in top 12 in very safe position as well. You know, AB Radicals, the top 3 are basically invited teams. NC, Ilustrados Juegos, 7-9, Quick Reactions, these 4 teams are from the qualifiers, and they are doing so well. You know, compared to some of the invited teams even, you know, Nova, just starting it off onto PXG, Jamie 7 with the first elimination.
I just hate to see these early engagements and very aggressive maneuvers. And it looks like Pando, EWG, JPTNC, you cannot do this super early. It looks like they're getting pounded upon by Pando, EWG. Pando not happy exactly what happened to them after they met Geek Slate in match number 1. And it looks like they're taking out all of that furious anger on JPTNC.
And forget what I said about the drop zones. All these 4 teams changed their drop zone in Purgatory, and they still ended up crashing. And JPTNC again, a second round. They got absolutely 0 in terms of placement points.
I mean,
abysmal opening, honestly, to the day.
Yo, yeah, JPTNC, I told you so, guys. Just back away. No, I mean, I really like JPTNC. I think they've got a lot of potential, but they really need to play to their strengths. They just need to avoid everyone. They need to be that antisocial child that sits down in the corner of the class and does not speak to anyone and just focuses on studies, because that's what they're good at, right? Focus on the studies, get those 5 A's. Everybody wants to be your friend because they want to copy your answers.
That's why they have so much more placement points compared to eliminations, right? And you know, the fact of the matter is that the numbers, they don't lie. Freedom MY getting a free kill onto Vegeta is due to Axis sending a scouting personnel out there, I believe on the campsite. So that is one of the open areas that you can get punished if you are not ready. In fact, due to Axis, we do have a revival zone, and this is what teams really like to do since the introduction of this mechanic. They just send someone out there to get an intel. If he goes down, we just revive him.
And thankfully, there's nobody around the compound of U2 Axis to take those shots unless there's a sniper trying to take a peek at them. You put Axel into that equation, yeah, bye-bye U2 Axis instantaneously, right? But they've got another backup. One weakness about those revival points is it takes ages to bring your squad right back, and you are left totally vulnerable. You can, of course, pull out your time turner, but that'll be wasted as you try to run away from the opponents who obviously will be hunting you down because they know that you are just a little bit of a puzzle piece that's left unchecked. In fact, off of the table from the rest of your players. And if they are able to strike you down, potentially a elimination of the full squad. But that's exactly the weakness of it. But not many have been punished for those plays so far, Husky.
Yes, and I think that is a blessing in disguise, right? Because teams are getting better and better and at dishing up punishments to the most minute of mistakes. Oh, quick reaction, surrounded by Farang on the other end. And Farang is one of the few teams that can pull off a split like this and still have it work out. You know, not many teams can be efficient because you are just going to get overrun. You are relying a lot on these individual prowess. And Farang basically gatekeeping Quarry, the high tier loot zone that, again, quick reaction, they just love, even though it's not the full X Anxiety roster. But if you have some Anxiety DNA in the roster, you're going to go for those high tier loot zones.
Farang long shots out of Faiz. Nice Irene gets caught in the crosshairs as well, but he has the Woodpecker for the response. AC-80 in the hands of Shintobi. They can most definitely take down the players of Farang who are all spread out in the open here. Barely any bit of defense to play except just making use of Mother Nature, hiding behind all of those boulders, hiding behind all of these trees as well. But the ones with the better defensive position has to be quick reactions. But you have to love the setup out of Farang. They're flanking around the left and right hand side. If quick reactions just take that aggressive fight against them, they are going to be shot at from every single angle. And the one that is in the biggest of trouble here is Nice Irene. And I believe he is in the range of Faiz for a grenade toss right into his compound here. But the question is, does Faiz have one of those grenades on him?
He actually missed Jembao, who was running across the other end, but thankfully quick reaction had the Spidey senses tingling, so they sent Skip Toby to cover the angle with the vehicle. Jembao getting pushed. It's a 1 versus 2. Now Jembao, time to put that CQC into work. Toby, alongside his friend Shin, pinceling Jembao. A perfect crunch from quick reaction to break the formation of Farang, and you can see the moment Jembao goes down, Farang starts to run away, and Spade also threatened by Skip Toby. It's a systematic dissection from QR. 2 eliminations.
And just when you thought the advantage of Farang's going to serve them up all of those skills, it turns into the biggest disadvantage, all thanks to the quick reactions, pun intended right there. P90 in the hands of Alex, circles around. Quatsi, double barrel, down he goes, and it looks like Farang's going to be bombing out a little bit early here. Final player has managed to disengage. He backs away, but guess who's hot on his tails? It's going to be Faiz who's going to try his very best to survive this, but Shintobi circles around, left-hand side. You are in Marble Works. No revival points here for him to play. Farang's going to be in a lot of trouble. No vending machines to buy his team members right back as well. And Faiz is just in hot soup. He
doesn't know.
No, he doesn't know. All right, just shoot me, guys. I'm done. There's no way he can get away from this.
He's definitely done. They are going to see him around the corner. Nice Irene. That footsteps very audible. Faiz. Are you going to be looking at the right angle, though? Because, they see him. Nice Irene coming in. Faiz doesn't stand a damn chance. 0 points for Farang.
And you gotta love the mechanical maneuvers out of Nice Irene, just with the jump peak, backs away, and then continues to re-engage. Just absolutely phenomenal. And Farang bombs out, and this is one of the biggest concerns for Farang, the fact that they just bring in the inconsistency into the competition, just allowing the other teams to catch up with them, in fact, beat them down when it's most definitely needed. So regardless of how they do within this group stage, they are gonna be making it into the grand finals, but if they do want that #1 spot, those maneuvers just cannot be afforded. But it's better to learn from the mistakes within the group stage rather than learn it at the grand finals, all the more because we have just a single day, just 6 matches to call the champion.
Not many competitive titles give so much leeway for teams to learn from, to make mistakes, right? I think Free Fire is one of the more lenient ones where as long as you are in top 12, you're guaranteed a final spot. So you can make as much mistake as you want, you can experiment as much as you want, as long as you keep yourself within the top 12, you're guaranteed a spot. And then you bring your A game in the grand finals. This is why, the grand finals is always so unpredictable. Farang obviously still suffering from a bit of those DNA that they had from previous seasons where they just couldn't keep it consistent enough. They get a massive 27 points in round 1 and they got 0 in round 2. But thankfully, they are in very, very safe hands.
TFC, high ground advantage or this, I don't know, man. Free Fire, I think that's why I love Free Fire, right? Because you've got your fair share of advantage with the bird's eye view, as well as disadvantage with your head poking out. But that's only a disadvantage if the team that you're taking on has got quick reaction times. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Pata, he goes down. No Avada Kedavra at all. Just shots after shots out of Jump 9 and that AC-80. And they're just going to be pressured. And look at the speed of push coming on from TFC. They're really hungry after kind of with that sloppy round in Bermuda early on.
Yeah, TFC just picking up 3 easy kills. There's nothing that PSG could do. Mika last man left. And he's making a lot of noise. Nova taking the opportunity to take a few hot shots. Can they do it? Of course they can. Release easy shots from afar. Meanwhile, EWG fighting against Ilustrator Fuegos. Fura with the first Tua with the response. Pando EWG holding on. Ilustrator Fuegos adamant to stay in the fight. But they are down to 2-man 4 bits. Also dropping low, the blue zone barely clipping onto them. Ilustrator Fuegos coming out on top with the numbers advantage.
2v1, and this is just a 3v1 instantaneously. JC picks nobody up. They want to back away. Let's see if or not they can make that a 4v1. You better run, JC. He does exactly that, and the circle is going to be forcing Ilustrados to look for the safe zone instead, and JC backs down. Good glue wall pulled up. He goes for the prone as well. Not enough time for him to recover, and Fura takes that final point off of them. Pando EWG once again bombs out, but all of this time wasted has put Ilustrados Fuegos in a very tough position. Now they have to expend some of their medkits before they get into the next circle, but thankfully they seem to have looted up quite a number.
And the path into the circle, basically a free route. They can just run into it, not be too worried, except for Nova, which will be forced to move also. So I'm curious to see if Ilustrator Fuegos would just go for that late rotation. At this point, TFC will have to take the zip line from the northern end. Geekslay, on the other hand, will have to hold off against Yudu Axis, and they started off with the kill onto Vegeta.
Great defensive compound here at Quarry for the side of Geekslay. Yudu Axis circling on around. They don't have to respond as quickly because the circle's just going to give them a little bit of time, but they do have the right guns to bring this response. The Woodpecker that can penetrate through all of those defenses, as well as that AC-80 with the extra damage on those back-to-back shots to the head. Ashura holding on to the AC-80. Neptune also has got the AR in his hands that can just absolutely spray down the players of Geekslate, but the vehicle is just going to bring them to a safe distance. They do not want to continue this engagement. TFC circles on in towards the compound of Freedom MY. Freedom MY running away, but that's the worst decision they can make because now they're fully exposed. Down goes Ryan, and it's going to be the one and only Geekslate now cutting off their rotation, and it looks like this is the end of Freedom MY.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for them to fight. Ronin is left all alone, true to his name, completely isolated. Haziq just merciless, spraying him down. On the other end, TFC, hearing this commotion, they can gatekeep Geekslate, but it's not going to be easy. TFC decides to take a bit of that offensive stance, but they actually get chipped from afar. Kizo will need some time to patch up, and Geekslate will also find a pit stop to get their health back up. Udo Axis might not have the luxury because Expand have just arrived at Marbleworks.
TFC's coach just needs to give them a tiny bit of advice. Don't take these aggressive maneuvers out there in the open lands. They barely have Mother Nature to depend on. There's not a lot of high elevations for them to kind of duck for cover, and they're taking on one of the most notorious teams out there in the name of Geekslate. It's going to be Ilustrados as well, fighting TFC, and this is that backstab, and this puts TFC in just much bigger of a predicament. They back away towards the trailer. That's going to give them a little bit of a cover, and they respond with those fires. Double AC-80 play out of TFC, jump 9. But it is a well-used cover from the side of Ilustrados.
Wow.
Just a slight bit of elevation, man, and they do not expand a single glue wall. You got to respect the defensive maneuver.
Yeah, they broke line of sight so effectively that TFC couldn't really use that elevation to good use. But Ilustrados Juego still might need to expand a couple of glue walls just to cut right through. They're going to hold this angle for a while. Still some time before the blue zone starts closing in. And Fura, he's going on the scouting duty. Already moving forward. Expand on the other hand. Going to split up their battle line a bit, but it's going to put them... It's going to spread them really thin. They have 3 teams that they need to worry about. Udo Axis, Geekslate on the high ground, and Neptune moving forward. This would be a good ambush angle. Neptune making noise, and Ashura has already down too fast.
Yep, too fast down on the ground. Miro gets responded to, but it is courtesy of Geekslate from up top. And now Udo Axis in a lot of trouble because they try to go in here and take Expand out of the equation. Out of nowhere, Geekslate chips on in, and they're attacking the wrong team as far as Udo Axis is concerned. Now, it is Geekslate attacking the players of Expand as well. Zeus goes down. Good acclaim coming through from the rest of the players, but a double glue wall will protect them for the time being. Kens is just a little annoyed that his team member just steps on in front of him. He can't see anything, but he just takes those wild shots and he continues clipping player after player. He doesn't care who he hits, he just wants kill points.
Like shooting fish in a barrel for Geekslate. This should be at least a couple more points. Roy! Wow! Oh my goodness, from afar!
What
That
shot?
is going to stop the momentum of Geekslate just for a bit, but Expand not out of the water just yet. They still have Udo Axis to worry about. Roy gets taken advantage of by Udo Axis. 2 members on Expand down on the ground. Udo Axis pushing forward. Geekslate evacuating where they were, and Nova now also chips in. Expand has 3 squads that they need to fight off, and now make it 2. Udo Axis taken care of by Nova. Expand gets some breathing room to make it out of the blue zone, but there's a lot of work that they need to do.
Yeah, and they're outnumbered by the side of Nova, so they have to hope and pray that Nova just gets a little bit distracted here. Good grenade out of Quati, but it takes down just Kizo. No elimination points to their side just yet. Geekslate makes it into the next circle, and right opposite them is going to be the boys of Quick Reactions, who have been phenomenal with their reactions so far. TFC Esports out in the 5th place, and that's the kind of gameplay we really like to see. Just very well paced in towards that final circle without getting too aggressive. Nova, on the other hand, 3 players left to their side, with Nish having to just back away into a corner to recover his HP just a tad bit. They're going to be waiting for the final seconds to circle on in towards the next and final circle, but they are hoping and praying that Geekslate starts that engagement against Quick Reactions. That's not going to happen because Quick Reactions is well hidden in their compound.
And Nova actually has a great chance to catch up if they win this round. They are going to be so close to that top 12, but it's going to be a long shot though. They're up against one of the most aggressive teams that we have in the tournament, Geekslate. enough utilities to work with to send out the Seekers, just crippling the members of Nova, and Nova might have to leave their members behind as well. The cluster not making it any easier for Nova, but they are able to gain some ground though. Haziq calling in for backup, his nade over the top, hits onto Jamie, and Yasta comes in for the cleanup crew. Just sweeping Nova out of the way. Geekslate with 10 eliminations, and it's down to them and quick reaction.
It's going to be quick reactions now with the advantage. They don't really have to do much. They just have to erect all of those glue walls up and then punish Geekslate as they come rushing on in. Yasta's the aggressive one, but he does have the charge buster in hand. Circles around. Quick reactions all sticking together. This is a phenomenal setup from the side of quick reactions. Haziq goes down. It's going to be Ken just backing him up, but Haziq stands no chance. Yasta with a charge buster. Final one standing. Can he survive? Can he save the team? It's a 2v1. Make that a 1v1, and quick reactions makes it 1v9. A beautiful booyah from them.
Toby over Yasta in that round, but I want to commend quick reaction. The decision making in that final sequence, incredible. They know that Geek Fam is a team that would take on the fight. Quick reaction sent two members, cuts right through the front line, ignoring the gunfires and straight to the back, and that forced Geekslate to break their formation. And that gave quick reactions enough time to get initial knockdowns before Yasta responded. And it's just really, really impressive to see how this team decided to take that leap of faith, knowing how confident they are in their abilities. Toby and Shin really put in the work in that final sequence. And of course, Kwachi as well. Very, very weird to see him running the CQ0. He has always been the silent assassin, but right now, him in the front lines, I would say it's a pretty suitable role for him.
It's a very suitable role, no doubt whatsoever. And the very first booyah for quick reactions. Congratulations to them for picking this up. And quick reactions has always been about the engagements. Very aggressive team, great at picking up all of those elimination points. Where they do struggle is finding that final circle. They really struggle in picking up those placement points. Not the case this time around. I think everything worked in their favor. Those reaction times as well as the circling around in towards that safe zone was so good. And one of the better parts of quick reactions was how they dealt with Farang. Farang, who picked up the booyah in the previous matchup, came into this game with full fire. And they thought they had the best setup to take down quick reactions, who were all just funneled into a single spot. But Farang, they spread out playing the flank. Quick reactions takes down the player onto the left and then quickly works around towards the right, shutting down player after player. You gotta love well strategic maneuvers like that from a team like this.
Yeah, and back then when they try to pull off maneuvers like this, they always get outgunned, out-rotated, right? The only team that from the Philippines, when they do this, and we have confidence in them, most of the time is AB Radical. So it's great to see how quick reactions truly understood those macros, and the fact that they chased down Farang and didn't let Farang breathe is something that you would not have seen a season ago. So just a fantastic round for a team that has always struggled in the placement point department. Now they get to add on a big chunk of points to that, and that is also going to help them on that overall leaderboard.
And of course, with Farang bombing out a tad bit early this time round, Serves expand up with a great opportunity from snatching away that second spot right back, but expand themselves kind of downed and outed within this second round a little bit too early. They just didn't anticipate to get picked on by 3 different teams, and that's one of the weaknesses of using that launch pad to find your next position. You never know who's awaiting for you in that. But the one weakness of Expand that you kind of spotted out there as well, Husky, I'm sure, is the fact that one player moves on in first, he gets shot at, no information whatsoever. The rest just continue to join him at that exact same spot, hoping to win out those gunfights.
Yeah, and this is something that Expand has always been a magnet where they find themselves trapped between multiple squads. And again, round 2, same thing happened, and this time it was just impossible for them to get out alive. You have 3 squads pressuring you. One of them has an elevation, one of them is just fearless. They were throwing bodies at you, and the third team was basically waiting for you to show up and pick you off. Expand needs to slow down a little bit. I don't think they made the wrong decision. I just think that they needed a bit more info before doing those rotations. Again, right, I didn't expect them to take the launch pad that early on. Maybe the idea was that we are going to try and relocate and not deal with U2 Axis.
Yeah.
But UdoX has pushed them, right? Neptune just runs straight at them. And I think it's something that maybe X-Men didn't prepare for.
Yeah.
All in all, they have some time to think about it after match number 2. 2 more rounds for them to play today. X-Men can still come back.
Just like what I said, right? It's better to make all of these mistakes now rather than much later in the competition, especially that one single day of grand finals. And I think to echo your point a little bit, that one player that moves on first has to be a better scout. I mean, you know, potentially a drone blade out there, or at the very least, just taking a little bit more time to scout the situation. Because I think he saw that one team, he called upon a little bit of backup. What they did not expect was the second team to show up and then the third team up on the hill, and all of them just kind of piling on the pressure onto this one expand. And yes, they were doing decently well against one of those teams, but it's the exact same storyline for Expand as per match 1. They were in a heated argument, they were in a heated battle, and then someone turns out from nowhere, just annihilates the team, and then they are left with nothing much to show for by the end of the round. Is this going to be huge? Not really in the you know, grand scheme of things for the group stage, but they can't afford to let this happen at the grand finals.
Absolutely, and it's a dynamic that I think Expand not necessarily struggle with, but it's something that they have been really taking a bit of time to find a balance. Back before Zeus was in, you always see Cobra, and at that time, you know, Cobra and X-Troy would always be the ones that scouts out. But now I think Zeus has taken more. He hasn't really had the same initiative as what Cobra has demonstrated. So we see X-Troy and Too Fast doing it instead, which is fine with me because X-Troy has, in a lot of situations, been the last man alive and clutch for the team. But sometimes it's fine not scouting out early on, right? You stick together as a team, you know that you're better in fighting. And I just think if Expand just tap into that primal instinct a bit and just run a UdoX, maybe the outcome would have been a bit different.
Yeah, and I'm very sure the outcome can be different for Expand because they're a team that's very mechanically skilled. Where they do fall off the very edge is just when it comes to those decision making, especially as to when to engage. And the strategy can be slightly stronger, but obviously my expectations for Expand is just right up here, right? You want to take their plays and you want to paste it upon any of the other teams, you'll say, whoa, they did really, really well. But it's just not the case for Expand. They are fortunate and unfortunate in a way whereby the assessment from both of us is just going to be slightly stricter because, I mean, they are the hope and dream for Malaysia. They did so well for the Free Fire World Series, and we expect them to have that exact same performance later on at the C Invitational. We expect them to have the exact same performance when they qualify for the Free Fire World Series. Look at me like talking like nobody else is going to stand a chance, right? But it's the kind of capability that Expand has, regardless whether or not we have any other strong teams within Malaysia. Expand just really stands out, not just because of how the players play, not just because of the fact that, you know, they're just very ultimately skilled, because as individuals in real life, you've met them, Husky, they're such nice people, right? And these boys deserve a better chance out there, but they've got to earn it for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the SCA Invitational is a big stage, but at the end of the day, we have a major, the qualification to World Series is still the most important. Overall stats for match number 2, again, 48 total eliminations, just a whopping almost 35,000 total damage. And I just love the fact that we are destroying so much more glue walls nowadays. Because back then, glue walls has been a pain to deal with. A lot of people are abusing shotguns, double barrels, charge buster. But with the introduction of, you know, the glue wall melter, and then now we have clusters, it just makes breaking through defense a tad easier without compromising defenses. And I like how this also punishes teams that just thinks about the offense without having a backup plan.
Yeah, and of course, some of the teams that do play a really great offense, they just now need to just tactically switch up their gameplay a tad bit and play it a little bit more slower. I think that kind of suits the storyline that we've been hoping and praying they help us build for the longest of time, right? Because, you know, ruthless aggression can be very helpful in certain situations, but you cannot abuse that exact same strategy time and time again. But if you want to narrow down your focus, you have to narrow it down to the MVP player of match number 2, the one and only Skip Toby, who picks up 5 eliminations, and Quick Reactions just had a really easy time because of this guy's quick decision making. 27% accuracy, I'm not going to complain. The damage is really low, so you know he was really efficient with his shots. Whatever that was connecting was getting all of those points for the team.
Yeah, and sometimes we overlook Skip Toby as a player, right? He one of the few CQC players who, as an individual, is actually very, very mechanically skilled. But a lot of times, teams, when he was back in Anxiety, it was overshadowed by the fact that they just could not get that early to mid game, right? They were losing a lot of early skirmishes, so we don't really get to see Toby kind of show up and start fragging out of his mind. This game, he got the chance he was looking for, and of course, a quick reactions with 15 eliminations and the Booyah. Again, another 27 banger for this team. Just like Farang in game 1, 27 points.
And of course, Farang managing to pick up the 27 and then bobbing out in the second match might be a little bit of a premonition as to what quick reactions needs to look out for within their next game. Just no aggressive maneuvers, no extra overconfidence from their side, but just really keeping their heads down and playing it to the tee. And I believe they do have the capability of doing that because they were the ones who personally looked to the elimination of Farang within game number 2. They do have the strategy in place. They do have the mechanical skills to help them towards the top as well. It's just the decision making is not as consistent as we want it to be. That being said, they do have some room for error here because of the position that they hold on to in the overall leaderboard, Husky.
And there it is, Booyah for quick reaction, 27 points. Geek Slate with 19. TFC Esports getting 12, Nova 11, Freedom MY 7. This time Ilustrado Juegos a bit on lower end with only 7. But the scariest one is definitely for JPT-NC, who got no points, Farang, who got no points, and Expand only getting 5. And we've seen this way too many times for some of these teams. It's all about the recovery in the second half of this day.
I mean, Expand getting 5, they just literally bomb out this round number 2. It was a good opportunity to catch up with Farang and in fact take back that second place. But what they do instead is just fall 1 point short. Kind of sounds like deja vu right there, man.
It is. I feel like overall, we've seen this so many times that back in the days, it's a scary sight to see, and right now it's more of like, well, we're back in this spot. The teams have overcome it before. Can they do it again?
Geek Slate, of course, in that second place with the 19 points. Phenomenal performance out of Geek Slate. They're just trying to escape from the clutches of Yudu Axis, who did not do equally as well, only picking up the 8th spot for themselves with the 7 points in hand. TFC Esports, on the other hand, looking for the qualification into the grand finals, picking up a solid 12 points, puts them, I believe, very close to Tot Dalang, if not even above them. But we have to also understand Tot Dalang has not played just yet within Group A. Let's see exactly where TFC stands. There you go, right above Tot Dalang in the 13th spot. And the next victim is going to be Tactical Intex that TFC looks for. But of course, we hope to see that consistency out of them.
And of course, these minor leagues, they will matter just for a while. But when Tot Dalang starts playing their 4 rounds, then we would kind of see it shift back to where it was. Kind of the same for Farang and Expand. They are 10, 11 points away from AB Radicals, but that's because AB Radicals hasn't played just yet. So as much as we say that they are making good strides, I feel like they need a bit more than that, especially coming from Expand, who had 2 rounds to really kind of get that lead, but they couldn't find it. As for Farang, they had a great round 1, but you kind of wish that round 2 wasn't as how it went down, because Farang would have had a great chance to get closer to AB Radicals.
And of course, in terms of what AB Radicals can do in the game, well, you guys see the statistics up there as well. The total rank points, 123, 143 total eliminations. You know they love to dango out there on the battlefield. You do not want to see them out there because they'll put a quick end to you. But looking towards the bottom side of this left-hand side of the screen, Sem9, Geek Slate, Yudu Axis, 3 Titan squads, struggling a little bit to find the top 3. In fact, they are the 3 towards the bottom on the left-hand side. And if there's anything that Sem9 can do for themselves here is to, quite honestly, just look for that final circle, because the eliminations are not as decent as they want them to be. And, the exact same thing can be said for Yudu Axis. But if you find that final circle, you surely get to pile on all of those placement points, guaranteed placement points, and then, of course, try to chip in a couple of knocks here and there, try to sneak away a couple of kills, get some extra, elimination points for yourself as well. But we just do not seem to find these plays out of these squads just yet, Husky.
I want to add one more team to that list. Hold up. 4 big organizations all side by side on the leaderboard, almost competing to a certain extent, but the good news is they are in a safe spot. They are still going to qualify for the finals if they remain where they are. But you can see, some of it's also a testament in some of these teams who, are not under these big names, but they're still putting up very good results, and I think it proves something, right? That people. The players themselves are putting in massive amount of efforts. People are willing to invest more and more, and regardless of which banner you're playing under, at the end of the day, it's the performance and the result that matters the most. Which was why when Expand started out as a roster, they came from ground up with only talented players. They went through, I think at this point, more than a year of just boot camping and training with the same roster, only adding in 2 players over the course, but still maintaining the core. And they made it to the world stage. And they made it to the 2nd place in the last major. And right now, they're in the 2nd place of the current major in the group stage. It says a lot.
It most definitely says a lot. But the group stage in itself is definitely not going to be any sort of a benchmark for us as we head on into the grand finals. Because you and I, plus this grand finals that we're about to perform on as well, have seen 4 others, all of them on MCPS. So we kind of know exactly how the game works out at that point. The unexpected can happen. Some of these underdog teams can just have that breakout run, because once again, we're not talking about 2 or 3 days of grand finals, just 6 matches, that 1 day of gameplay, where all you need to do is hope and pray for the bigger teams to struggle a tad bit and for you to be on the best performance of your life. And we might just have a huge shocker on our hands.
I think the best part right now is the fact that, the top 3 from last major is also in the top 3 right now in the group stage. But here would be the upcoming matches for Group A and B. Group C will take a rest for now. We move to Alpine and Nextera for the next 2 maps. And the recap for the first 2 maps is that Farang got the Booyah on Bermuda and Quick Reactions got the Booyah on Purgatory. These upcoming 2 maps, the newer ones on the block, Alpine being the 2nd latest one, and Xterra, the latest addition. And Alpine, I think, is going to be very, very interesting because it's one of the maps that Expand is very, very good on, arguably the best map.
Arguably the best map, but I'm actually looking forward to seeing, teams like JPT-NC dance around here just a tad bit. And JPT-NC, the probability of them being able to do that is really high. They're in Group B, they stand a good chance. But this is going up against Group A. We also have to acknowledge JP Radicals knows this map like the back of their hands. But surprisingly enough, Husky, JPT-NC has got the most number of points picked up on Alpine thus far in comparison to any of the other teams out there, which to me is a little bit of a shocker, because not only do they have the most number of points, they are really decent in terms of the balance between the placement as well as kills, which is impressive.
Yeah, it is very impressive, right? They don't have to worry about Expand because Expand is not playing, but we also get to see how AB Radicals handle the 2 newest maps. But with that aside, I want to remind you guys that we have a giveaway, as always, in Free Fire tradition. This time, the Pop-Pow backpack. But if you guys are wondering, well, where's the giveaway code? We always give the giveaway code when we show the giveaway. This time, we want you to stick until the very end, and you will be able to own your own Pop-Pow backpack.
I mean, if you want the backpack, if you want the giveaway, just stay tuned. And I mean, there's nothing to complain about, especially if you love Free Fire, especially if you love hopping on into these battles together with your squad, because you can really learn from the gameplays of these teams. You can really learn from what the teams do right and what the teams do really wrong out there. Anybody would have thought the execution of the play from Farang against Quick Reactions was a brilliant one, flanking around from the left and right hand side. Then those flanks expected to do the biggest of difference, but you also see the counterplay from Quick Reactions was just, I mean, out of this world in terms of anticipation as well as execution, right? And if you are able to apply that in your own games, dude, you're gonna be ranking up pretty quickly.
I just love these rock, paper, scissors interaction between these teams, right?
Yeah.
We can always praise the strategy by one team, but there's always a counterplay. And I think Quick Reaction really demonstrated that even though Farang has had a good setup, there are ways to punish it.
Yes.
And when we move on to the next 2 maps, again, AB Radicals is going to be in the limelight, not because they are in the lead, not because they are the primary powerhouse of Philippines, but also because they're playing on the 2 newest maps in the Free Fire competitive pool. And that is really going to put them to the test.
Let's take a look and see exactly what we've got in store for us. But we're going to take a quick short break first, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We'll be right back with more free fire action. But of course, before we hop onto that, a quick prediction from you. AB Radicals, Booyah, game number 3. Yes or no, Husky?
Yes. Booyah, 100%.
Booyah it is. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, maybe we'll show you the code. I don't know. Stay tuned, and I guess you'll find out. Get
We're back for more Free Fire action in the MCPS Majors Season 5. We just went through 2 maps where both Farang and Quick Reaction scored their individual booyahs and both teams got 27 points. But now, some of them can take a break by bringing in Group B into the mix. Simsini Husky alongside me is the Pistachio AJ. We're in for more exciting actions.
Expand, Farang, Quick Reaction, Geek Slate, Pando, EWG, as well as Nova. A quick short break for them, and we have to welcome AV Radical, Sem9 Thoda, Tactical Intex, Tot Dalang, as well as MAB Esports into the competition now. And just when we thought that this is the perfect opportunity for NC to really put on a great show out there, it is going to be difficult because AV Radicals, I think they're just a little tickled by what Farang as well as Expand is trying to do out there on the battlefield, trying to catch up with the #1 spot. And I don't think they're going to give them any face. I don't think they're going to give them any chances. So you're going to see the top dogs really coming out here for a rush, desperate to get those points. But maybe that's going to be the secret weapon for JPTNC. Maybe if they can hold back, let AV Radicals make the rookie mistake, although they ain't no rookies any way whatsoever, to get into some early fights and then bomb out, they can get the booyah. But if NC makes that mistake, I'm going to be a tad bit disappointed, Aske.
Yeah, they've done it 2 times in a row, right? And the upcoming 2 maps, it's going to be their final 2 chance today. And one of the maps that is a map that they've been struggling on a lot, which is Nextera, right? They also talked about themselves that they're trying to practice as much as they can, but it is still considered foreign to them. And you can say the same for all the other teams, but this is where the experience really comes into play. And AV Radicals, there's a reason why they're in the first place. They have so much more kills compared to eliminations, and it is a team who has so much of a rich history in some of these players. Again, Ray Meow, for example, played from Season 1, and up till today, he, I would say, arguably has been one of the most consistent players from the Philippines.
Let's take a little bit of a take on the big teams that are playing in the competition with, I would say, average performance. What happened to them, man? I mean, you're talking about Sem9, you're talking about Yudu, Axis, Thoda. These teams just can't seem to catch a break for themselves. Yes, they are safe in terms of the group stage to qualify for the grand finals, but this sort of a performance isn't going to help them anywhere close to the title pick for Season 5.
Yeah, I think they are definitely struggling. I feel like, you know, if you want to look at it from a lighter perspective, you can say like, yeah, it was Sem9, they're doing way better than they were in Season 4. You know, Yudu Axis unfortunately experienced a minor fall from grace. It is a team that has done really well in the group stage last major, but when it came to the finals, they also started bombing out. Thoda had an abysmal run last season. So overall, the fact that they are basically side by side, I would say it's not necessarily a bad thing, but you kind of wish that you're seeing more out of them, especially for a team like Sem9, who has invested in even younger players to join the roster for this major.
And to echo that, I would say especially Thoda, a team that has gone on to the Free Fire World Series and really put Malaysia on the map as well. And then to follow that up with not so great performance is a tad bit disappointing, right? Because you would expect teams to go to that stage, to pick up the experience of battling against the very best in the world of Free Fire, to come back with that experience and just absolutely shred the competition within their own server. Thoda just hasn't been the team to do exactly that, but I guess that also helps teams like AV Radicals as well as Expand shine a little bit more, because they've been able to do that and they've been able to come back and keep their consistency up with the rest of the teams.
Yeah, it's a bit of a heartbreak when you look at some of the players from Kodak, right? For example, Sparks, Pedro, they were from Argon MY, and after a great breakout performance in Season 2, Kodak picked them up, had a great season, and afterwards it was a downhill slope, and they're still struggling to recover. But the one thing you guys watching can always get yourselves on is the Pop-Pow backpack. There it is. Redemption code right there. If you guys have made it to this point, congratulations. You have won yourself a chance to get this amazing backpack that I personally don't even have a chance to acquire. You guys are very, very lucky.
Pop-Pow backpack. You thought you needed to wait for the end of the broadcast. No, you don't have to. This is the reward for you guys who have stayed tuned. And of course, to some of your friends who kind of dropped out thinking that they can hop on back right after the final match. Yeah, they're going to miss out in a little bit, right? But go ahead and claim this for yourselves right here, right now. But do us a favor. Stay tuned to the broadcast. Hit that like, share this broadcast out as well so that you can call especially the rest of your friends who do play Free Fire with you to check out exactly what sort of maneuvers, what sort of strategy you want to be executing on your own team plays out there on the battlefield right after this.
For those who dropped off and wanted to come back last and realized that they missed the redemption code, all I gotta say is, Happy April Fools, people! The 1st of April. I gotta pull a prank somewhere, you know. I wanted to say that I can't make it today, but that wouldn't be good, so I had to do it to the audience. Don't get mad at me. You know, it's your responsibility to stay on.
Yeah, I mean, you would wish that happens, right? But Free Fire is just filled with people who look out for each other. And this chat is always about that, right? Showing the love for each other. They're going to copy this code and they're going to be pasting it and spamming it in the chat all the way up to the end. I know you people. You guys always look out for each other. But today, the 1st of April, change that code up a little bit.
The best part is that, you know, I happened to look at the chat just for a while and everyone is just thanking Garena at this point. Like, thank you for the code, thank you this, thank you that. Thank you guys for being here. So now that you learned your lesson, please do stay tuned for the rest, because for Filipino fans, now you get to see the kings of the Philippines take on the stage for the rest of the day. And they're going to start off on Alpine, which again is not really considered a new map anymore, but it can still be foreign to some teams who are struggling to master it across the year.
AV Radicals has done decently well on Alpine in comparison to what NC has been able to reach, in comparison to what Farang has been able to reach. Let's put that into perspective of numbers. NC has 74 points picked up at Alpine so far, followed by Farang with the 70. AV Radicals just with the 55. But here's the biggest issue. Farang's not playing Alpine today. Farang's not going to be playing in this next match. So AV Radicals has a decent chance to catch up with what Farang has been doing out there. But NC and what they've been able to bring into these matches, that's exactly what AV Radicals has to kind of deal with, right? Because NC is still going to be your hot firepower out there on the battlefield as far as Alpine is concerned. Once again, the best performing teams when it comes to the eliminations and one of the better teams when it comes to picking up the placement points on Alpine as well. They know this map really well, which is a tad bit surprising because they struggle on some of the others.
Yeah, it definitely, I think, feels like when Alpine was released, a lot of teams found their groove a bit. You know, it is a map that is foreign to everyone, and now you kind of have that moment of realization that we can't perform on the other maps. Maybe Alpine is our best chance. That's why even when we went to the World Series in Bangkok last year, there are teams who just crush Alpine but completely flop on the other maps. And Expand was a really, really good example, because when they go to Alpine, they were constantly challenged by teams like Team Flash and RRQ. The unfortunate thing is that we will not see Expand play Alpine today, but we will see them play another Bermuda map later on, and the last one is going to be random, so they can pray that it's going to be Alpine, or if not, then we'll see how Expand manages it.
And I want to just see JPTNC make these newer maps their home ground, right? They've already claimed Alpine. They're just struggling, not a little bit, but a lot on Nextera. So hopefully we see those adjustments being placed into Nextera. We see the amount of time as well as focus into Nextera. And that might just turn out to be the best option that Team JPTNC has kind of leaned back to. I mean, one of the biggest reasons why Farang is kind of giving AV Radicals a good run for their money in that #1 spot is because of their plays at Nextera, right? 50 eliminations at Nextera, bro. I think that's a little over the top for a new map.
Yeah, I guess I can agree with that also to a certain extent. I just like new stuff. You throw in Nextera, you can throw in any map. Like, you can bring these guys to space, and I'm all for it. And I think that's what's been really distinguishing Free Fire as a Battle Royale from a lot of the other titles of similar genre, is the fact that we're getting all these new stuff that don't really jeopardize the existing mechanics, right? Like when we say that glue walls were just so hard to deal with, we get the glue wall buster, we get the Riptide Rhythm, we get the clusters now, and now then last year we get Alpine, and a year later we get Nextera. Keep it going. This is what keeps it fresh for the teams.
It looks like there's a party here, and the ones invited are the team members of Sem9 as well as AV Radicals. Malaysia going up against the Philippines. And here's where we see if or not Sem9 can hang with not just some of the best, but literally the very best of the league right here, right now. It's going to be dependent on the luck of the players as well. What sort of weapons they find out there on the battlefield. It's going to be an easy one. Time turner whipped out in time. Raja with the SMG. CQC won out by him. Aries goes down, but Kaitu with the double revolvers knocks Raja down. Great backup. Fikri trades one back out from the side of AV Radicals. And from the get-go, it's Sem9 with the upper hand.
Yeah, perfect start for Sem9. AV Radicals almost outgunning them, but it's not done just yet. Noki now finds himself victim number 3 is Ray Miao, and Ray Miao wins that out just barely. Getting a point for AV Radicals, but Ray Miao can't get away in time. Fikri just so fast and swift on the swing. 3 for Sem9, and AV Radicals suffering heavy damages early on.
And like I said, right, it is all up to luck as to who picks up the better gun. And like what you saw, that final flick around the corner, that P90 is absolutely deadly when it comes to the close quarters combat. Barba very smartly backs away because with the gun that he was holding on to, that double barrel shotgun, yeah, you're not going to be able to take a 1v3 fight. The charge buster maybe, but not with that, right? So he backs away. He's got the vehicle, so just enough to put a lot of distance between himself as the attacking team. MAB, they'll come across the players of TFC. Tactical Index, on the other hand, finds Asta. Oren goes in super aggressive, but Ace aces him out instantaneously.
And Oren is also down as well. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. Decos wins that out against Napis. Just runs right into the rest of JPTNC. A bit overzealous, but back up there right in time. JPTNC 3 rounds in a row.
The first team to get knocked out. That.
Absolute disaster. Devastation for this roster.
I mean, no, maybe now you want to listen to me, man. Just back away. Let's not play early rounds. Let's play final circle instead, JPT. I mean, I think that's going to be the best course of action moving forward. TFC is going to be finding easy knockdowns onto MAB. And it looks like MAB just left with 2 more players just going to be circling around, but TFC has got them all circled already, flanking around from the left and right hand side as well. Kaizo with a perfect glue wall has got the Mac 10 in hand, doesn't need to do much as Luffy steps up to back him up with the Scar. Jump 9 with the AK does manage to take a knock for him as well, and TFC cleans house.
It's a bit surprising that TFC is in 15th place, right? Because over the past 3 rounds, 2 of the rounds have been pretty decent for TFC. So 12th spot is not really a far-fetched dream for them right now. I think they have a really good chance of qualifying if they haven't already. But man, JPTNC, in the final lap of the group stage, has played 3 rounds, and all 3 of them, they sat at the very, very bottom. I believe that they've only gotten 2-3 points across 3 rounds. That's an average of 1 per round. They gotta have a talk after today, because I think today is definitely not their day. But thankfully, I think even if they completely bomb out today and tomorrow, they will still qualify for the grand finals. There's still time to recover, and that's props to them for having a great start to the league. You know, again, 5 total booyahs is not a small feat, but you gotta be consistent.
I'm just sitting down here wondering, how did a team that plays like that get 5 booyahs, right? Because you can't make mistakes like this, man. And you're talking about Ilustrados who play the game of engagement so much better, only having 2 booyahs to their name. Sem9 having absolutely none to their name in that 6th place. So, you know, questions, man, questions. But Barba seems like he's made it away, quite far away from the rest of the teams. But out in the open with no vending machine nor revival points, I'm just wondering exactly what the play is here for Barba.
Pretty unfortunate as well. He has been traveling for the past minute or so, has not able to find anything. His closest bet is where Jimmy Neo is. There is a vending machine right there, and Jimmy Neo is all alone. But Barba will have to make sure he wins that fight, and it's kind of not a risk that I think he would want to take, even though he's AV Radical. So in this case, we get a slow start for the team in the lead, and that is good news for teams like Expand and Farang, who individually have had good and poor rounds.
Especially Farang, because they were like, oh no, AV Radicals are going to catch up with us when we're not playing. Yeah, AV Radicals is not yet. I'm not going to say a hard no because of that final surviving team member. You can never count AV Radicals out. Even with Barba circling around, the next thing you know, everybody's back in here. They're all inviting everybody else into a party at that final circle, with them picking up that booyah, right? We've seen that run from AB Radicals in the past, and we are pretty sure they can bring that out yet again. You gotta also love the addition of the bunkers here that's added into Free Fire. You get those awesome loot out of there, and it's pretty much the hot spots, but it looks like Sem9 is undisturbed at this malicious spot here.
Just taking their time. They have the high ground. They're not really contested in any way. First circle slowly closing in. We get some breathing room for some of these teams because Alpine, we started the map with so much engagement. We only lost one team, but we have lost, I believe almost 10 players at this point. Tactical Intex though, 4 eliminations, all 4 of them courtesy of JPT and C. And it's great to see some of these players back. Decos previously with Farang, even back then it's too easy. You have Oren, who was absent for 1 season and now he's back. Well, not really 1 season, but after season 4, you don't see him, but now he's back as well. It's just great to see some of these veteran names still in the realm of Free Fire under a different team.
Let's see if or not TFC can chip in quite a little bit into this match as well. We saw quite a bit of performance from them in the previous game, and I believe they will be looking to step it up in match number 3. And I think it's the kind of team that is capable of doing exactly that, right? Yeah, I mean, if you look at the overall leaderboard, it seems like TFC is not that big of a challenge to take on, but 12 points with what you said, 6 eliminations, very average. They take that to their side. 6 placement points as well. And I think 6 placement points is super decent, Husky. If they can just aim for that just 2 or 3 more times, then the grand finals is awaiting them.
Yeah, if you're looking for the bare minimum, honestly, it is not the worst. You just get, just be medium, right? You be in the middle of the pack, and that they do add up those small increments. And maybe losing another member, TFC on a roll so far. 5 eliminations, uncontested. 3 for Luffy, 2 for Jump 9. Then maybe left with just 1 man, literally. All of them revive. Actually, Curtis, he actually brought his team back. But yeah, MAB Esports needing a lot more time to gear up.
Flying high as always, MAB. Let's see if they can pick up the momentum here. It's a team that really struggles when it comes to the engagements. Does pretty decent. Okay, I can't say decent. Does better when it comes to their placements. They usually fall back to just finding that circle, playing the game of survival, trying to stay away from all of the other teams. And Zin gets caught out yet again as he backs away from the rest of the team members. And that's just an easy pickup coming through for Freedom MY, who are pretty much struggling as well, trying to make it into the grand finals.
It's a cascading effect when you experience huge losses. You go for the revive, and then you have to, and then you get taken down again. You just take so much more time to gear up, and if you still get picked off afterwards, you are going to have a really, really tough round to deal with, and that's what's happening with MAB Esports right now. But for the rest of the teams, I'd say, they have had a lot of room to really navigate. But the biggest question is, where is AB Radicals? Has Barba bring back the rest of the teams? Looking by the number of players left in the game, I would assume that he has done so. But MAB continuing just the survival game, right? Trying to make it into the circle, trying to find places that they can really bunker in to get some of their resources.
I like how Freedom MY is circling on in, but MAB hot on their tails. Well, specifically just Mans hot on their tails. I don't know how this is going to pan out for this guy. He's chasing down a team all on his own. Thinks it's John Wick. More like a wick on a candle. He's going to be blown out if they spot him.
Does he have a... If he has the pet, which is a puppy, then maybe he's John Wick. I've been able to watch the latest John Wick Chapter 4. I absolutely love it.
I read a Google news that he had less than 400 words in his script throughout the whole movie. And most of that was just one-worded responses to his opponents.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like easy money, man. I want to be Keanu Reeves. Imagine the number of words we speak on one broadcast, Husky.
I believe on one single broadcast, we spoke more words than Keanu Reeves has in all 4 chapters of John Wick. 100%.
Amen. There's no doubt. PXG, Ilustrados Juegos, long shot, Mika, AC-80 always gets the deed done, but Jimmy Neo traded out as well. His AC-80 is going to be a little useless for the time being. Time Turner pulled out. Ilustrados with a good backup through the glue wall as well. Glue wall melt is unavailable on the side of PXG to just take them out of this equation, and Ilustrados is struggling a tad bit here with the compound that they are holding on to, and the circle pressures them even more forward. So they try to rotate around from the right-hand side, but I believe there's another team just walking straight towards them, and that's going to be Axis.
Look, Rory blew himself up with a grenade launcher. Not at a time like this, but thankfully, PXG also making the decision to back off to hunt for the circle. So Ilustrados Juegos now has some room to work with, actually taking the launch pad as well to kind of gain some space. They do leave the Shanks behind, and he might have to deal with Potter. PXG and Ilustrados Juegos will part ways for now. The circle gate kept by Sem9. Meanwhile, Freedom MY getting assaulted by Todak. All the glue walls are down. Rin almost dodging that nade, almost getting hit. Sparks move in. Pedro just barraging them with these utilities. It is a grenade shower so far, but not much effect. In fact, Pedro is the one who gets brought down low.
And that's the problem here when you're just focusing purely on tossing grenade after grenade. Somebody's going to turn things around, and it is the Charge Buster that knocks him down onto the ground. Pedro, the one out of this equation for the time being. TFC catching up with the players of Freedom MY. Circle pressuring both of these teams. Toda right in front of them. Toda now has to pick one of the two, and it looks like TFC as well as Freedom MY is going to be flanking from the left and right hand side. Toda might just be in trouble. This might be the fish fished out of the sea.
Yeah, and Todak, they have slowly fallen apart. Pedro and Chiu, they got taken down, got revived, means that Todak, they are left with just two members who have the capabilities to fight. But some of these players are dropping to the blue zone off screen as well. TFC pushing Spark, navigate the ice grenade, slowing them down. Spark trying to hold on, but it's a 1 versus 3. Todak have Arphis to back them out as well. Yudo Axis eliminated off screen, but TFC continuing to put on pressure onto Todak as Spark can no longer hold that area, and he will have to isolate himself and try to find those 1v1s. Luffy might be the first point of contact. Chiu swings the corner. Backup has arrived, but TFC just better in these gunfights, getting 11 eliminations so far. Todak losing members, and TFC bringing theirs back up.
Oh, fantastic play, but the positioning held on by Spark was just a little bit too much for me. No rotations coming in through for him. No backup from the rest of the players on the side of Toda as well. But initially, it was that position out of him that was getting all of those tags onto TFC. So Toda just always stayed their welcome in that engagement. Now they have to rotate around. They should have seen this coming as they try to engage with two teams at the very same time. And now they are in a lot of trouble for those decisions made. Pedro as well as Apix, they are going to split up. One on the left, one on the right, but Afix is a little bit too close to the zone, and this blue circle is going to be pressuring him. Pedro gets caught out in the open. Charge Buster pops him down, and Soda gets taken out in the 6th spot.
Hunted down one by one. TFC, 15 eliminations. The highest that we have, well, currently the highest alongside Farang and Quick Reactions, but with the momentum they have, I think that number is going to continue to go up. Tactical Intacts suffering in the hands of under the hands of Sem9, who has 8 eliminations so far. They're going to take the launch pad, gain some distance, but TFC also saw them going for that long rotation. Raja continuing to snipe Zimnu and Raimi out from afar. AB Radicals finally puts their name on the kill feed, taking out members of ITX.
It's a tense moment here for a lot of these teams because the circle's just pressuring in 13 of these players from 4 different squads. None of them found the circle just yet. And look at AB Radicals. Now is the time where he wants to buy all of them back. He's got the vending machine. Does he have enough coins? I didn't manage to spot that out just yet, but AB Radicals might just be able to pull this off. TFC, Sem9. This time turn is just going to be making the world of difference, and TFC uses a huge boulder, but it's the elevation used by Sem9 to get that information. Double grenades fly on in. TFC backs away from all of that. Glue wall goes down. Kaiso erects yet another one. Sem9 can't find the heads.
And Raja actually gets Kizo. Sem9 somehow still keeping the team alive. Clusters coming through. Adam taking too much damage. TFC will not continue in this round. But while that was happening, AB Radicals, they took full control of the circle. Sem9 will have to fight their way in. But AB Radicals, they have taken control of the front line as well. Ares, he is so fast on the ball. Can Sem9 stop this? Blue Wall Melter is there. AB Radicals pushing forward with Barbara at the helm as well. Sem9 losing the first member, but they do trade 2 back. Barbara cannot hold. Avery's also falls. Sam9 losing 2. 2 versus 2 between both teams. AB Radical taking Mika down. 1 versus 1. The Wonder Child Ray Meow against the King himself. Sam9 looking for the booyah, but AB Radicals also wants theirs. Ray Meow hiding in the corner. He sees where Raja is. Raja outrunning the blue zone. Ray Meow playing this so well. Raja chipped down to a slither of health, and Ray Meow last blue wall. Blue wall melted out. Raja desperately fielding up with 9 mechas in the bag. Time turner drop by Ray Meow. Final push coming in. AB Radicals wants a booyah. Sam9, can they save it? Raja does it for Sam9. The king still stands. And in the game of chess, it's the king that is the focal point of the team. Sam9 takes down AB Radicals for the booyah.
And the first booyah of the group stages for Sam9. Phenomenal performance. And it's the one and only Raja with the phenomenal dance around. Both of these players, they tangled around for the longest of time. I believe that was one of the longest showdown for that final circle that we've seen in such a long time. But you gotta love, you gotta respect, you gotta absolutely adore AB Radicals for that play from Barba. That team was supposed to get taken out in the 12th spot or best case scenario 11th spot. But Barba, and just as is anticipated, we said that this is the kind of team that can go down to one man and you can expect them in the final circle as well. Guess where they showed up? Because we did not see them at all until that very final circle.
Yeah, and
it was against Sam9 that it started off on.
Absolutely, Sam9, they won the hot drop match, the hot drop skirmish, and they won the final bout against AB Radicals. And I think AB Radicals might have found a hidden rival in this final week of the group stage. But Raja, I think this guy, when he joined Sam9 initially, well, when he joined Geek Fam back in the days, he was the one, remember the first round of the local league, his first debut. He was the last guy left alive on round 1. And he was the one who brought his team back and won the first booyah. That's also the time where we introduced Alpine into the competitive pool. 1 year later, he's in Sam9 and he pulls this stunt off in the final weeks of the group stage. How can you not love him?
I mean, dude, you gotta absolutely adore Sam9 for this gameplay. And, you know, this was one of the teams that we had kind of in question as to where did all of that beautiful performance go to. They were one of the Titans who are not doing it as well as we expect them to in the competition, but here they are responding to all of that. I also asked the question earlier in the day, what's Sam9 doing there with literally no booyahs up to the final week? Sam9 says, here we are, delivers a super booyah, and I tell you, the storyline just could not be better. The league was waiting for us, Husky. They were waiting for us to start things off against each other and to end things off against each other. It was a 1v1 battle. It was the longest dance of tango. Mother Nature came into play as well as Raja kind of hid behind the tree, went on out. The time turners got popped out. Everything was happening in the matchup, and I have to say it was messy, but only messy because of the equation that was played out between the two, right? One shot, the other one dodges. The other one shoots, this one dodges. It was crazy of a fight to watch.
Yeah, and what better way to end it? Not only between the two teams, but also the two best players, right? Raja for Sam9, Ray Meow for AB Radicals. Honestly, I just love the fact that whenever we pair up and then we commentate Free Fire, our predictions never happen. We always get the opposite result of what we ask for, and that's what makes Free Fire so much interesting.
Hey, speak for yourself. My predictions always come true, okay? I said we're gonna see those guys in the final circle. We saw them in the final circle, okay? It always happens. Bloody heads, expand, AB Radicals. okay. The mighty cursor of MCPS. I wish I had Dan Lee here to back me up on this, okay?
Hey,
it's
don't
none
worry.
other than Husky.
it took me 2 years to break the curse, okay? I broke the curse last major when I said that AB Radicals would win, and they won.
They did,
okay?
they did.
So I no longer hold the title, but it was a good run though. It was a good run.
We'll look for someone else to pass the title on to next time. But of course, it was a great match at Alpine, and I think, you know, AB Radicals was so close to dropping the ball, right? We saw NCJPT bomb out, and then instantaneously it was AB Radicals under fire, and we thought that, oh my goodness, like, is Farang just going to be jumping for joy? Looks like they're not, because AB Radicals is just right back in the play in the final circle. And I just wish we could have seen some of those rotations from Barba. I just wish we could have seen how he managed to kind of circle around, who he decided to bring back first, where did they drop, and how in the world did they find that final circle? Because bro, you gotta think about this lobby. It's not an easy lobby to get through, and you see teams making rotations left, right, center, and as a full squad, they all get caught out. But this master ninja just sneaks around the map, buys his whole squad back. It wasn't a revival point, it was a vending machine that he uses to bring his team right back. And they almost get the booyah. That's ridiculous in terms of gameplay.
And this circles back to the earlier points that I made, right? What separates a good team and a great team? We have seen it right then and there. The recovery of AV Radicals when all the chips are down. And it brings back a bit of that deja vu with what Raja did when he was with Geek Fam. Same thing, last man alive, losing the hot zone skirmish, comes back, makes it to the final circle. The only thing that wasn't the same was that AV Radicals didn't get the booyah. But if you look at the bigger picture, AV Radicals will be very happy with that because Expand and Farang are not playing these 2 rounds. NC completely bombed out, so AV Radicals get to extend their lead once more.
I'm just hoping that Sem9 gets to keep this sort of a performance up for themselves because this match is a clear indication of what they're capable of doing. Yes, one would have wished for the finisher towards that final circle to be more decent on the side of Raja, but you have to respect that AV Radicals is no slipshot team. They are the ones who did even better than Expand on the Free Fire World Series stage. They are the winners of the Free Fire MCPS Majors Season 4, and they're going for a back-to-back title this time around. So for Sem9 to kind of match up to them after struggling, not just in this competition, but of the past as well, but showing us that they can improve and step up their gameplay, it's really nice to see them not even being able to keep up, but to actually beat down the champions themselves. So Sem9, a lot of promise, but the consistency is going to be needed. And I don't care about the consistency all that too much within the group stage in itself for Sem9, because I think aiming for the #1 spot is going to be something nice to have, but it's all about figuring out how do they circle around these teams in that grand finals? Because if Sem9 can go from nothing from last season to the champions this season, it's just going to put the brand right up on top. I mean, literally right up on top.
Again, right? We are talking about a redemption arc for Sem9. When season 4 ended, I feel like a lot of us started to brush Sem9 aside just because they had such an abysmal performance in a season where they picked up the Axe roster of Geek Fam and we were like, this is going to be good because that Geek Fam roster was phenomenal and it was the worst season for them. And not only that, they come into season 5 with 2 very, very fresh and young talents and they're able to pull off something like that. This is very promising if you are a Sem9 supporter.
Yep. And of course, if you are a Sem9 supporter, you most definitely will be hoping and praying that we get to see a little bit of a step up in terms of their performance overall. And as we head on in towards the next map, it's going to be Nextera. Sem9 does decently on Nextera, and I'm very happy to say that they're not going to be bombed. Okay, I don't want to say if they're not going to be bombing out, but I don't anticipate them to bomb out because they've done decently well. They've kept up with teams like PXG, they've kept up with teams like Toda, but they have not been able to hit the high strides like teams Farang as well as AV Radicals, who are very, very proficient. And to see that Farang is just extremely good at picking up eliminations on Nextera, I don't know if I want to call that luck or I want to call that just well-played matches, right? Because 35 placement points shows that they know how to circumnavigate Nextera, but getting those 50 elimination points just puts them on a whole other level. I mean, they don't perform anywhere as close on the other maps.
Yeah, when we talk about a team like, Farang, it's always you have to go back to the days when they would do easy, right? It is a team that was the very first to be solid on a map like Kalahari, and now with that out of the pool, they kind of evolved to be a very aggressive team after being picked up by Farang, and right now you still kind of see that. But you also brought forward the inconsistency every once in a while. This is the overall stats, for match number 3 on Alpine. And it's just, look at this, 61 total knockdowns, 62 total headshots. It's a very, very bloody match.
Dude, and I love the point that you brought up, man. Farang used to really pop off on Kalahari. The removal of Kalahari, one would have thought would have been a huge blow to them, but they saw it, I guess. They foresaw it's going to be a huge blow, and it makes sense as to why they invested all of their time and energy into perfecting their plays at Nextera. And I'm hoping to see the statistics for the overall stats here just blown up completely the next time we see Farang play that map. But 52 eliminations, that's pretty average on a game in a lobby like this. But 62 headshots, Husky, it's a little bit overboard, man. Everybody is nailing it.
Yeah, and you know, if you put it into perspective, right, at least everyone has been knocked down by a headshot once in this game, and some of them are lucky to get hit twice. But when we go into Nextera and we look at kind of the design of the map, I really love how it's laid out. You have so many freeways for teams to navigate around, and it almost feels a bit claustrophobic because of so many open areas. We'll see how these teams navigate it, but for now we need to talk about Luffy from TFC. Sure, they didn't get the booyah, but remember, this is one of the best rounds for the team.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. 35% accuracy with the 6 eliminations. Luffy is falling one short of the first MVP that picked up the title earlier on today. But 3,275 damage with statistics like this makes Terengganu Football Club one of the suspects to really climb up high in the competition, at the very least within the group stage in itself. We are hoping that they can make it through to the grand finals because it's a very promising team, and as long as they can keep up a performance like this, that consistency that we always look for, you know you're going to see TFC up in the grand finals soon.
Finishing third in this match and getting, I believe, 15 eliminations by the end of it. Super impressive, very close to the top 12. But of course, team MVP has to be Sem9 with 14 eliminations and a whopping 26 points to kind of kick off their very first match of the last week. And it's a team that has found great balance in both placements and elimination, and you can see that continues to be the case. And with this great round, it's also going to put them closer to Ilustrado Juegos, but most importantly, very, very close to overtaking JPTNC.
And of course, JPTNC, it looks like they are gonna have quite a big run for their money because Sem9 is slowly waking up, and you do not want these boys to wake up. When they do, they snatch every bit of food off of their own plates and yours. And it looks like Sem9 is aiming for exactly that. That aggression is coming out, the rotations, the right rotations, as well as the timing is just so well played out by Sem9. And you saw that in beautiful perfection out there in the previous match. 26 points, not equaling the 27s that we have seen so far, but I'll take this any day, man. It is a well-deserved booyah from Sem9, and let's see exactly where this pushes them a little bit later on. TFC, like you said, 15 eliminations, one more than Sem9 with a total of 23 points. You gotta love and respect this for a team that is struggling to find the top 12, Husky.
And you also have to put respect on AB Radicals. Again, they had a very, very rough start. They finished second and they still got 20 points. So even though Sem9 got the booyah, AB Radicals can just easily brush it off because Sem9 is still almost 100 points behind them. And with these 20 points, the lead just keeps on increasing for AB Radicals over Expand, Farang, and JPTNC. Tactical Intex also having a decent round with 14 points. And then when you look through the rest of the squad, Ilustrado Juegos, another 7-point round, not looking too great. Todak only getting 6. JPTNC and Udo Axis, this is their third match. Udo Axis and JPTNC both getting a big 0.
I mean, like you said, man, JPTNC, 3 games, 3 points. An average of 1 point per match for JPTNC, who had the 4th placement early on in the overall leaderboard when we started off the day, is not something that they're going to be proud of at all. And I believe even after that second game, they still held on to that spot. But Ilustrados Juegos are about to steal that placement away from them. Let's see if we can take a peek at that in the overall leaderboard in a little bit, right? Project X Gaming hasn't been making a lot of noise. And with the 4 points, it looks like they're not ready to do that at all today. Let's look at that overall standings and see. And JPTNC does lose that 4th spot to Ilustrados Juegos, who has hustled their way up to 218 points on that 4th placement.
And at the same time, when you look at the gap that AB Radicals have gotten for themselves, right? Farang did so well in the first match, and this goes back to the initial point. If they didn't bomb out in the second round, we will actually have a very close rat race to the top. But if AB Radicals keep expanding this lead, then maybe that fight for the first place at the end of the group stage, towards the end of the group stage, would not be a reality anymore. JPTNC dropping to 5th place, Ilustrado Juegos making it to 4th, Filipino Pride highest than he has ever been. I don't think we've ever seen all Filipino representatives in the top 8 before.
We have, but not consistently, right? I mean, especially with teams like Bloody Heads and all, who are very hot and cold a lot of these times. But I believe with AB Radicals going to the Free Fire World Series and performing so well, it has truly inspired the rest of the Filipinos to really step up their gameplay as well. Because all you need is for that one team, all you need is for maybe 1 or 2 players to show the way and to show that what you dream of is possible. Everybody wants a little piece of that as well. But 7-9 climbing up to the 6th spot. You gotta love this, and now they're just 15 points behind JPTNC. So let's see if or not they will be able to catch up within the next matchup in itself, because looking at the way JPT has been playing it so far, I mean, it is very possible.
7-9 have 2 free rounds to catch up after the next round, right? JPTNC, they're on their last chance for today, and if they bomb out again, then you can be very, very certain that they will keep falling down the leaderboard. And to make matters worse, we're going into the map that is most foreign to them. It's Next Terra. JPTNC, they've talked about how it's a map that they have spent time practicing on, but it's a map that just feels like it's very foreign. It's like a stranger, right? They're uncomfortable with it overall. And this is the true test. You had 3 poor rounds, and now you have to play on arguably one of your worst maps. They gotta buckle up for this one.
They most definitely need to, man. I mean, after this match, if they do bomb out once again, they gotta change it from JPTNC to London FC, because like the London Bridge, they keep going down again and again. I don't know exactly what's wrong with JPTNC, but today's just not their day. But I know how they can fix it, Husky. Just stop engaging early. I think that's the only answer for JPTNC. And it's not that they're not capable of taking gunfights. They can shoot. It's just that it's the luck that you want to play at the very start of these matches. You barely have those loots. And picking up the right gun in the #1 spot in the first place is going to be quite a bit of challenge in a hot drop. But on top of that, managing to find those medkits to sustain these long dragged out battles and a potential third party out of nowhere, it's just not something that NC has to deal with or should want to deal with. So hopefully they learn the gameplay of running away, because so far I think the ego has gotten in the way of JPTNC and they really want to stand and fight. Sometimes the better decision is just walking away from the battle.
This is going to sound very sad, AJ, but I feel like I have to say it. Across the past 3 rounds, JPTNC has played a collectively of, I believe, less than 10 minutes of Free Fire.
It's already a short game. It's already a very fast-paced game on Free Fire, and JPTNC is just trying to make it a little bit quicker for them. But you know what? This could just be JPTNC's trump card. Maybe they're just making everybody second-guess them as we have this final week of gameplay, the final week of this group stage before going on to the grand finals. Because you know, the worst-case scenario here for JPT is they just drop a few in terms of ranks, but they still make it to the grand finals, and then they pop off with the grand finals. Dude, I will not put it past them, but that's just me being hopeful.
Yeah, we have not seen a team that had a mediocre or poor performance in group stage come into the grand finals and kind of win it all. That has not happened yet. And I'm looking forward to see if a team can do that, because so far the teams that have been struggling in the group stage generally struggles even more in the grand finals, just because you're playing more rounds and you only have 1 day and you really have that 1 day, right? So not much time for you to kind of fix your mistakes, not much time for you to really look at the more intricate part of Free Fire. So in this case, I think it's safe for us to assume that the teams who are in the top 4, top 5 are going to be there in the same spot for the grand finals.
Happy to see TFC Esports in the top 12. And dude, this is exactly what we were speaking about, right, Husky? We just needed 2 solid rounds from TFC and then just decent, average rounds out of them. And this is exactly what they're delivering for us. But hopefully they don't just stop at 2 great rounds and they continue pushing to see exactly how far they can go with this. Because if you try to look at the overall performance of TFC, this has been their worst map. Nextera is the kryptonite of TFC, and hopefully they don't kind of play it out in the exact same way right after this.
Yeah, the bar, honestly, for Free Fire, I would say is pretty lenient, right? Pretty low if you just want to qualify for the grand finals. You just have to beat 6 teams, which, you know, I know it's easier said than done, but when you look at the bigger picture, it's not too hard either. I want to see the drop spot though. This is a very, very fair flight path, you know, cutting straight down the middle. But again, Nextera, latest map, foreign to a lot of teams, not much time for them to get used to it. And at the same time, it feels very claustrophobic because you have a lot of tight areas, and at the same time, a lot of open, you know, high freeways for you to navigate around. We see MAB dropping alongside TFC. Freedom MY is also nearby as well. Tok Dalang hot dropping against Yudu Axis. That is also something to look at. AV Radicals and Sem9 once more on that northern side.
Sem9 really wants to pick a fight. And we got our winners! No.
I guess they won. Wow.
That's just a little bit of a premonition here from our production. They have already thrown their prediction. They think that Sem9 is going to win against AV Radicals again in the early engagement. We'll see, production. I've got AV Radicals this time.
It would be really funny if Sem9 actually wins. Gets the booyah again, right?
Everybody's going to be like, this is scripted. This is scripted. Yes,
yeah,
it is.
It's scripted. As an April Fool's special, the entire broadcast is scripted.
Nextera, a futuristic city that kind of merges these high-tech fighting pits as well as all of those muddy ruins, which kind of reminds me of Kalahari a tad bit. But I really like the futuristic take on a lot of these engagement compounds, which gives you the very different elevations, right? I mean, if you look at the building right in front with the 3 floors, you get your high ground advantage in all of these obscure positions to play around with. But let's take a quick focus into this fight between AV Radicals as well as Sem9. Is it going to be the caster's prediction, or is it going to be production's prediction? Because if Sem9 gets this, then I don't know, man. I think I'm just going to call... I'm going to call the production out. But if Sem9 goes down, it's no longer the caster's curse, Husky. It's production's curse.
Yeah. Remember, we have never ever predicted a team getting the booyah at the start of the round. The production is the first one to do so. Kaito actually damaging himself, giving Sem9 some room to work with. This is not looking good for AV Radicals again. They got 2 knocks, but they haven't secured any points just yet. And that is just not good enough if you're AV Radicals. And the worst part is that at Intellect Center, you can't just run away like you did on Alpine.
Sem9 is going to be able to circle around, pick up the team members first before focusing on this engagement against AV Radicals. And I think that's a very smart play out of Sem9. And production might have just gotten this right pick here. Pick 3 circles around. Kaito backs away. Barba, no line of sight at all to back his team member up, and Ramiel's just a little bit too far from chipping on in. He catches up with the rest. Raja with a double revolver. Pop-Pow! And he brings Kaito down onto his knees. Ramiel from the back. He will be able to knock Fikri down. They take him out instantaneously. And off-screen is Stoda doing a number on a couple of those players as well. Now Barba, as the final survivor here, I believe is going to buy one player right back first. And that's going to be their survival ticket, because I don't think Barba can get out of the situation.
Just in time before Noki takes him out as well. So AV Radicals once more off to a slow start, going for those kind of those long games. And even if they get a couple of knockdowns, Sem9 still have control of the revival zone. Ramiel being able to make it out alive is very, very good news, because that means that AV Radicals at least have 2 players to rely on both opposite sides of the map. But they've done it before on Alpine, where they have a slow start and they recover and make it to the last circle. I believe that they can do it again.
It is a slow rotation around from Ramiel. Kaito gets bought right back in. And TFC, on the other hand, is one of the teams that we're looking forward to seeing in the final circle. But it's a grenade launcher from the side of Rin that drops Kizot right down to his knees. No elimination coming on through just yet. Luffy tries to respawn, goes 1v2. Rin does manage to take the player out of the equation, but Luffy knocks him right back down onto the floor. Razik shows up, Luffy gets taken out, and Freedom MY. This is just a 4v2 the TFC cannot handle. They circle around away from this compound, finds a jump pad, and that's perfect because they are gonna just be booting out of that compound and trying to play for survival here.
Been unlucky for TFC, right? The members are not all there. Freedom MY actually had the whole team around from the get-go. Yudu Axis taking on Toda in the advantage right now. Two members of Toda taken down. One of them secured. Chill brought back up. Spark also healed up. Vegeta, unfortunately, will not receive any assistance. Toda getting 5 points already.
You gotta respect that, Toda. They are literally on fire. Like, literally, look at their profile photos, right? They are on fire because they've got the most number of eliminations within this lobby. And it looks like Yudu Axis does not want to play with that fish anymore. They want to back away. They thought they could grill that fish and have a good breakfast. But unfortunately, they realized that they're still fasting. They're backing away. So don't question me on whether or not the Filipinos are fasting, okay? Neptune B-roll, they back away from it either way. It's going to be an opportunity for them to revive a little bit later on. We'll catch up with them. TFC back in play with all 4 players out there on the battlefield. And Ilustrados Juegos, on the other hand, with the circle safe on their side, they have to now deal with their opponents of PXG.
I just want to say I love this this mask or helmet. It's one of my favorite. Has my favorite fruit, and it's quite cute and scary. It's this pineapple man with glasses. I don't know what they name it, but it looks very nice.
Who has a pineapple on his head?
Toda, chill. Toda. I was trying to find something that rhymes because they only have like 3 syllables. But the point number 6 onto Shahid from Tok Dalang. And funny enough, Tok Dalang is playing the second round of the day, but we actually didn't see much of them, right? They haven't made too much of a splash, and it really felt like they were still suffering from those earlier weeks where they were getting bullied a lot. But you can't really say that as well because they're actually in 12th place when they came into today.
Yeah.
MAB getting wiped out instead.
I mean, TFC is on fire. You gotta love that. A team with a lot of promise out there on the battlefield. Finally putting in the hustle when it's truly needed. This is the second last day of the group stages, and no better time to do all of this rather than today. Of course, you still have one more day. Hopefully they don't drop the ball tomorrow and allow anybody else to take their spot in the grand finals. Ilustrados circling around. Mirol found. Grenade goes wide. Mirol escapes. One player up on top. Shanks from the bottom. McRory circles around as well. This Mag 7's not going to pop anybody just yet. And Mirol just manages to dodge left, right, center. Out of nowhere! Let's go! AWM shot. They fished him out. And let's go. Finishes him off.
Yeah, if you don't remember who this guy is, he has been around for a long, long time. Look back at, I believe, SAF, look back at Bloody Haze, in veteran names. I think the only team that hasn't gone through much changes is AV Radicals, right? They bring in Kaito and Ares from H2G, which was in Season 4, but didn't make it to the major. Overall, when you look at Ilustrados Juegos and Quick Reaction, they experience more of a change. All these veteran superstar players from multiple Philippine teams coming together, and just the overall performance of the region has improved as a result of that. Tactical Intex taking that jump pad again right into the vicinity of Sem9. Look at that, Sem9 instantly pounces on them. Didn't even wait for the rest of ITX to arrive, and ITX gotta be ready to fight right now. Orin taking first contact. Zepnu already down to Raja from afar, and ITX might have just launched himself into death.
Off screen, it looks like Team Toda is taking heavy gunfight from the side of AV Radical. Sem9, beautiful shot against the players of NC as well. NC has got a lot of space to run away from this engagement. They don't have to deal with the players of Sem9, and it looks like Tactical Intex will continue to bite the bullets from the side of Sem9. Sem9 doing the dirty on 2 teams at the very same time. You gotta love the performance out of these guys.
So impressive. Basically pushing back Tactical Intex and also JPT NC at the same time. The individual performance from these players out of this world. The circle favoring Sem9, and look at AB Radicals. They are all grouped up at Zipway. They're ready to take the circle once more. We have seen this before.
Maybe from a no booyah to a back-to-back booyah here for Sem9. And you got to respect the gameplay, man. I mean, both Tactical Intex as well as JPT NC spotted out. They forced both of them away. They could have just finished off Tactical Intex if they didn't get too distracted there with those players. Let's see if or not they'll be able to catch up. For now, they focus on the safe zone. This next circle is going to belong to Sem9. And the earlier you find a defensive position, the better off you're going to be to find that booyah as well. And Sem9 clearly understands that equation. Freedom MY spots them out. It's going to be DCOS. One more pop from the grenade launcher. That should be the finisher. But out of nowhere, no. Zen drops him.
Wow, just done so well. Todak in the meantime going to be pressured, I believe, by JPTNC, and they also have a member of Dog Dalang who is hiding somewhere in this building. AV Radicals also joining the fray. Todak split up, basically having Spark left out in the open, and Sem9 might be listening to all of these commotions happening. Good news for Todak is that the whole team is left alive, but Spark would need to find a way to get out of this. Yun is not going to make it easy. Ambushing Affix in the building, getting the initial elimination, and Todak doesn't feel like they are capable of handling this right now, and Yun is making it very hard.
Circling around Pedro, spots the player, double barrel in hand. Too much of pressure for him to deal with. AB Radicals, on the other hand, will manage to find Spark from the side of Toda, and Toda, two more players. They circle around out of Zipway, and out of nowhere comes dropping on in. I believe that's Yudu Axis that just flew into our radar, and AB Radicals will have a good meal dealing with that one player as well. But this is the gameplay that is just slightly better than Expand, unless that's the final player from the side of Yudu Axis. Only one scout finds this spot out of the jump pad, but no, he was the final player. So that ended pretty prematurely for Yudu Axis, but that's the way the game works.
Yeah, every Radical is just still holding on very well, but take a look at Sem9 once more, doing well with those eliminations. Next spot getting tagged from behind. Sem9 having 10 eliminations, and PXG in the meantime eliminated by Freedom MY. We see Ilustrado Juegos also showing up on the map. UAV sent out by Sem9. JPTNC finally having one of the better rounds where they're able to make it to top 7, but Ilustrado Juegos now knocks on their door.
It is just a slightly slower pace of a matchup as the teams just slow things down to just try to detect exactly who they have to go up against as they look for that final circle. Circle's going to be moving in about 38 seconds. Not a lot of time in a game of Free Fire. You have to do, but the distance between Ilustrados Juegos, the current position as well as the next circle, not too far away. Unless JPTNC does manage to shoot them down as they circle on across, but they use that highway as the perfect cover. JPTNC is not going to be finding those tags, but out of nowhere, Sem9 spots them out, and they start shooting at AB Radicals instead. Ilustrados, you got to turn around, and it is also Freedom MY taking those cheap shots at the players of Ilustrados, while Sem9 just sits down and watches. It is going to be Freedom MY. Let's go goes down. Just stay knocked, no kills coming on through just yet, and Ilustrados still can recover.
And I like that AV Radicals instantly backed off the moment they got shot by two different teams. They will leave Ilustrado Juegos to deal with Sem9 as AV Radicals goes on to clean up stragglers. Toda will be the target, but Sem9 are putting a lot of pressure onto Ilustrado Juegos themselves, and Ilustrados, they just can't find any return. Mika does get taken out, but at the same time, Sem9 dealing with a separate team from behind. Maybe this might be too much for Sem9 to deal with. Toda already taken out of screen. Sem9 losing Mikaka. Haven't brought him back up, but they were able to hold off the fort nonetheless. Sem9 with 12 eliminations and still the full squad left alive.
What a crazy unfolding of events here, especially for JPTNC. This time they don't bomb out. They have held on to their positioning as well as very slow rotations in, holding off on those engagements. Losing Dino was enough trouble, but with these three players, it's a very well played round for JPT.
Sem9 finally losing a member, put on the back foot. AV Radicals in the center of the circle. Basically, the anchor right now. Ilustrado Juegos having the high ground. They can deal with AV Radicals if they want to. Sending those grenades in. The clusters shown up by AV Radicals in response, but there is no one nearby that they can threaten. So Ilustrado Juegos will be able to hold on to this area for a bit more. JPTNC on the low ground, tagging onto Ares, but Sem9 taking advantage of that, getting an exchange back. These four teams locked in a gridlock right now.
Yeah, not a great shot out of Sem9. They're just helping AV Radicals thin out the herd on the side of JPTNC, and AV Radicals is not the team that you want to be seeing in that final circle. Obviously, Sem9 has got no idea they are doing that since we have already blocked out the information from the kill feed. So the players do not know who they're engaging with out there on the battlefield. That just adds on an extra layer of difficulty. You just have to take every single gunfight based on your assessment of position instead of exactly who are the weaker ones to eliminate from these rounds. There's so much to deal with.
They are rushing AB Radicals right now. The circle is closing in. Sem9 making the first move, comes around the corner. Kaito! Good crossfire onto Raja. JPT NC gets knocked out by IJ. In the meantime, AB Radicals losing Ray Miao and Kaito at the same time. Barba trying to save his team. He also goes down, and Sem9 continuing to overcome AB Radicals. Kaito gets brought back up. Needs a bit of time to regenerate his health. Raymel is the next to receive help from Ares. Doing well. Sem9, the job is not done just yet. Ilustrado Juegos arriving at the compound. Sem9 getting pincered. Can they take care of two Filipino teams at once? McRory around the corner. AB Radicals finding respite in this compound. Sem9 kept out so far. Raja still rushing in. Finding Raymel. Finding Ares. Raja, you cannot do this to AB Radicals, and he does it anyways. Raja alone takes his team towards the end, and victory finally chips in. Ilustrado Juegos with the pride of Philippines on their shoulders. Can they stop the force of nature that is Sem9, the king of the jungles, the tigers of Malaysia? Raja once more last man alive, up against Let's Go. Raja this time goes down. Ilustrados Juegos with a booyah.
The back-to-back booyah prevented by Ilustrados Juegos, but you gotta love the play out of Sem9. Circled, they were pincered by two Filipino teams, and that one gameplay, Husky, that helped Sem9 survive a little bit longer and focus all of their gunfights towards AB Radicals was the double ice grenade thrown towards Ilustrados just to stop them in their path, to make sure they don't get to force their way in. They cut around from that right-hand center, finish off AB Radicals, then jump on right back out to deal with Ilustrados. But this time around, Raja just wasn't as lucky to get that final second clutch for the squad, and Ilustrados instead steps it up for the squad. You gotta respect, you gotta love the Filipino squads for putting in the hustle, and I believe with this play, Ilustrados will be able to replace JPT NC in that fourth spot, no doubt whatsoever. Sorry, Expand. They will be able to catch up with them because they already replaced them in the fourth spot in the previous round. Third booyah of the competition, man. The Filipinos are really waking up.
This is the thing I love about Filipino players. They just full of love. They just always, highlight the people that support them, their partners, their fans. You can see one of them just scrambling to zoom in his screenshots and stuff like that. But man, Sem9, we started off the day by saying that this is a potential redemption arc for the organization, right?
Yeah.
Newer players, very young talents that's able to hold their wave, and almost got two booyahs back to back. But if you're Sem9, you can pat your backs after this round. I think they have done more than enough, even without the booyah.
Yeah.
Raja is having the game of his life right now.
I mean, I think he performed extremely well. And the only thing that prevented that booyah, that back-to-back booyah for the side of Sem9 was the fact that they were pincered by these two teams. But I have to say the way they dealt with those two teams was crazy good, right? And if it wasn't for that final grenade out of nowhere, they would have still continued to survive. It's just that the game of numbers played against them. And clearly, Ilustrados Juegos in that position, they were not focusing on AB Radicals at all because they had no vision. They didn't even know that they could take on AB Radicals. And obviously, the last thing you want to do is to rush into a small, tight compound like that because those grenades will just absolutely wreck you. So they had to take the fights on the outside of the house, wait for everybody else to show up, and that was the best decision made for the side of Ilustrados Juegos. And at the end of the day, we just want to see how far can they push this, because in order to catch up with Expand now, there's a gap of about 30 points, and Expand hasn't been on their best gameplay. So it's still possible with one more day in play and 2 more matches to go.
Remember, Sem9 basically took on a 3 versus 7 and brought it down to a 1 versus 1. You could not have asked for more from this team. They faced off against the true powerhouses of the Philippines, and they barely were able to overcome Sem9. Again, I think Raja as an individual today has been the best performing players on the team of Sem9. Just solid as always. And I think you can look at Sem9 just based off of the 2 rounds and forget about what happened in the last major where they experienced this slump, because this is one of the best individual recovery that we have seen.
I think, you know, their performance in Season 4 is 100% forgiven with their showing of dominance in Season 5. And they've shown us already. Obviously, having a switch of organization is almost the same as having a couple of new players within the squad. You're talking about chemistry, you're talking about trying to fit in with all of the new rules and regulations as well. The players might have been distracted. Obviously, there were a lot of negotiations going back and forth, and they couldn't really focus on their gameplay. But in Season 5, it's just not the same story. You see the hustle from Sem9, and you see all of that hustle paying off. I just wish to see that hustle a little bit more earlier, because we can't have that happening in the grand finals where there's only those 6 rounds. So they have to put in all of the hard work. But this is them ramping up already towards the 15th of April, which I really like out of Sem9. And to see them go from no booyahs to an almost back-to-back booyah here just assures us that there is going to be a possibility for this team. No doubt at all.
Hugest possibility. They've only played 2 rounds, and I believe that they've almost gotten, if almost either 50 points or almost 50 points, and that is a huge boost. They started the day with 169, and just off of 2 rounds, they've broken into the 200 mark.
Yeah.
So that's going to put Sem9 in a very good position. I think that there's even a chance that they overtake Ilustrado Juegos by the end of the day, because for IJ, for all the teams from Group B, they have exhausted all of their rounds.
Yep. And it looks like Sem9 is on the way to doing that. No doubt at all, if they can keep up this sort of a performance by Ilustrados. I mean, obviously not from the competition, but they will lose their spot, no doubt at all, from the side of Sem9. But we've talked about inconsistencies, and inconsistencies have plagued not just Sem9, but teams like even Farang. So if Sem9 can make sure that does not happen to them, then for sure they are going to be rising up to the top. And for sure, the bosses are going to be really happy with the performance in terms of what they've been able to not do in Season 4 and everything that they've been able to prove within Season 5. They are going to be making everybody that supports them really happy. You know, we also have to kind of focus down into teams like Toda as well, who, once again, are not really hitting the mark, Husky. I mean, we saw them out on the battlefield. They just don't seem to have the kind of spice they used to.
You can say the same for Udo Axis, right? Because when we looked at the Alpine and Xterra, the first thing that I brought up was these two are considered the newer maps in the competitive pool, and it really will put all the teams to the task. And there are 2 teams who have been really constant in finishing first and second. Well, first, second, and third. AV Radicals and Sem9. They have been in the top 3 for both rounds, and they have gotten, I believe, at least 20 points for both rounds. That is very impressive.
And I'm not super shocked with the performance of Udo Axis, because it is something that you have to expect based on their history of performances. But what I do expect more from is the player named Oren. He's making his comeback after a long time, you know, with the new team, but Tactical Intex surely has got more tactical capabilities than what they're showing us right now. And it just seems like there's just a little bit of a lack of chemistry within the team. You see Oren pushing out all on his own and trying to handle these big gunfights that I don't think he's just all that too ready for just yet. It needs to be a little bit more of an amalgamation of talent from the side of Tactical Intex if we want to see them survive this, because I believe they are really close to getting relegated in that bottom 6 right now.
This is a player that has a lot of interesting character development, right? I think he showed up in Season 2 under Argon MY. At that time, we were just clowning on Argon MY because it was very comedic gameplay. Right after that, I think he got picked up by Geek Fam and started becoming one of the best utility players. And afterwards, fell off 1 season later, disappeared for a while, comes back in Season 5 and still is struggling because that break, you know, he went through a role change from utility, you know, one of the golden arm of Geek Fam, to the utility / pseudo rusher for Sem9. Right now, he's a full rusher for Tactical Intex, and he hasn't really worked out well.
I don't want to see Oren rushing into these gunfights because I just don't think he's warmed up enough just yet. Of course, it's for Oren to prove me wrong, but I think it will just serve the team a little bit better for Tactical Intex to take more tactical approaches to all of their gunfights, as well as team engagements. And team engagement being the key word here, because you have to step on together and you have to play for trades at the very least, because Free Fire is just such a fast-paced game that, you know, anything can happen in a mere second, right? One quick grenade flies out of nowhere, you don't pull out your time turner in time, you are going to go down. And if you don't have a team member to back you up, you're not going to get picked right back up. a free kill point goes off to your opponents, and now you've got to put that burden of revival on the rest of your team members. It just doesn't work out, especially if you're trying to survive to make it through to the grand finals on the final 2 days of gameplay. Just like teams like JPT-NC, just like teams like, TFC Esports, I have to say, they have to play that safe game. They have to find that final circle no matter what. And if they take unfortunate opportunities like this to show off and mess up, it's going to be a little disappointing for me.
It's more important for TFC to do that because JPT-NC are still in a pretty comfortable spot, right?
Yes.
They have to do really, really bad to not make it, to drop from 4th to 13 and beyond. But it has been, I believe, more than a year. We see the new time turner changes where now it encourages more CQC, and I think it's a really good change. That's why we're seeing so much more individual outplays with that ability itself. And it allows people like Toby, Ray Meow, Raja to really use that time turner and get up close and personal and take those isolated fights. And in this game, even bloodier than the last one, 78 total knockdowns, 60 hit shots.
And obviously, those spicy headshots would have contributed to the massive number of knockdowns out there in the battlefield, but a total of 57 eliminations. But the number of rescues is quite commendable. 17 times you saw these players being picked up, and even better than that, 18 revivals. As quickly as they were taken out of the equation, they got brought right back in to play that pressure. And the number of glue walls taken down this time around is not as many as you see out there on Bermuda, where you've got quite a number of those flat lands to play around with, and multiple glue walls erected one after the other for those glue wall melters to do its work on. But the respect goes to, of course, the one and only Noki from Sem9. Highest number of eliminations, 6 out of that 57.
Yeah, one of the youngest talent that we have in the entirety of competitive Free Fire right now. And also the latest addition to Sem9, right? I believe this is his debut also for competitive Free Fire. And he is really, really showing up. And, and I just love to see these young people. It brings us back to the day when we see people like Oren, when we see people like Ray Meow, just young green Free Fire players aspiring to go pro. And all of them actually has really has moved on to be superstars, right? Cobra is also a good example. And right now for this season, I think Noki would be the prime group for that.
And I think if these players are guided well, molded well, especially under a very, very amazing organization like Sem9, they have got a beautiful career ahead of them, right? I mean, if you're so young and you're capable of performing at this level, with a little bit of help, with a little bit of grooming, you're going to be a superstar in the growing condition of the esports segment within Malaysia as a whole. 17 eliminations for the team of Sem9 with a total of 26 points. You were right on the money. They do exceed the 50 points, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 26 in the previous match, 26 in this match as well. Your team MVP, they don't hit the booyah, but they do secure a phenomenal title in this match.
This is where we circle back to the point system, right? You don't get the booyah, you can easily sandbag yourself, cover it up with the eliminations, and now you really start to feel the effect of a team that is really good in taking fights. They can just close one eye, forego the booyah, and sometimes you end up having situations like this where the team has so much eliminations. Even when you minus the 3 points from the booyah, they still have more total points than the team who got first place. So Sem9 proving a point today, 2 back-to-back consistent rounds with kind of a new roster with young talents. And I think, I just want to quickly echo your point about these young players being under a great organization. At the same time, because these players are so young, they will have time to be groomed to be great players and great personalities before they might have to take a break, to go for like their SPM exams and all that. But by the time that happens, they already have the foundations and they can easily come back to continue being those great players.
Yeah, unless of course, they kind of get outplayed when they do come back, because the skill level is ever evolving in the game of Free Fire, in the whole industry as a whole, right? You gotta just love and respect exactly how the scene grows. But Sem9, you gotta also focus down on the fact that they have 18 matches played so far. So 2-match advantage against teams like Ilustrados, who they are, very close to catching up to. I believe the last time we kind of circled around, they had 195 points, with NC having a position above them. But with Sem9 securing yet another phenomenal round, I believe JPT NC is about to lose that position to them. But Ilustrados Juegos have kept up with Sem9. So beating Ilustrados in terms of the overall leaderboard is still going to be a challenge for Sem9 to overcome.
And for JPT NC, well, that day has ended early. Now they get to watch the final 2 rounds and really go over what went wrong today, right? Because tomorrow is the last day of the group stage. I don't think they would be relegated, but it's a wake-up call for a team like JPT NC, currently sitting in 6th place. But this standing is not guaranteed just yet. With 2 more rounds to go.
Yep.
AB Radicals breaking the 300-point mark, almost 50 points ahead of Farang, who comes in 2nd, Expand in 3rd, 1 point setting them apart. But now all these powerhouses will be playing in the last 2 rounds.
And just like you mentioned, Ilustrados Juegos with the 20 matches played will give way to Sem9 to pick up those solid points. So dude, if we see those back-to-back performance out of Sem9, then we know exactly who's going to be playing for picks against Expand for that number 3 spot. This is Sem9 making their way up the leaderboard from out of nowhere. And if you compare this directly to their performance at Season 4, you gotta help. I mean, you can't help being amazed by what they've been able to put out there. Farang with their performance earlier on today, 256, but AB Radicals very quickly undoing all of that effort. And we are going to be seeing Expand try to expand their dominance out there on the leaderboard later on. Let's switch our view down to the 9th spot. What's TFC Esports doing here, my friend?
I gotta say, they have had a pretty good day. Started off slow, but round 3 and 4, they came out the gate swinging. Not secured just yet in top 12. They will be for now, but there are teams that can catch up, right? Tok Dalang and Tactical Intex, if they have 2 great rounds later on, they can still overtake TFC Esports, or at least push them down a bit. But TFC Esports have gotten themselves a pretty decent cushion to fall back on.
15th place up to the 9th spot, even beating teams like Toda, Udo Axis, and Freedom MY, including Tactical Intex. I clap for you, TFC Esports. I salute you. This is the kind of hustle we want to see from teams who are struggling to find the grand finals. The hustle needs to be a part of your journey, and I think Pando EWG surely can take a page out of their playbook.
Oh yeah, again, the only invited team that is at the cusp of getting eliminated from the major, right? Not making it to the final. So, and Pando EWG, when they joined, it was just EWG, and then Pando stepped in, gave them the even more assistance in terms of building the team. But they haven't been able to really showcase the result of that, and it's a bit of a shame. I think this team is full of talented players that just needs a bit more of that realization on how to approach the game and how fast other teams are evolving, because you have very talented players, right? Monito, Jay-Z, Tuas, Driven, Mantai, they've been around for such a long time, but it feels like these players are on this story arc of, instead of going up, they are slowly going downwards.
And I don't think it's a player problem. I don't think it's a skill problem. I think it's whoever who's calling the shots. If unfortunately it's the coach, and the coach needs to kind of do a little bit more of the homework, because the approach that Pando has been taking in some of these matches has been extremely questionable. And obviously the position on the overall leaderboard, is no surprise at all, looking at how they took some of those decisions, right? But there's nothing that is stopping them from improving. Even if we do have 1 more day to play, they definitely can do it. And I think the best team to tell them that that is possible is TFC. I mean, 15th to 9th, it's crazy.
It is. We have a recap of the past 4 maps. We started the day with Farang getting the Booyah on Bermuda, Quick Reactions getting 1 on Purgatory, Sem9 crushing Alpine, almost crushing Nexterra, which was stolen away by Ilustrados Juegos. But we are in the penultimate round coming up, round 5, back to Bermuda. Group B done for the day. We bring Group C back into the fray to take on Group A. Of course, the final map of today would be at random. It's like a box of chocolates. It's full of surprise.
TFC is not going to be climbing up anymore, but I cannot wait to see what AB Radicals and Expand will do to each other in the same lobby. But of course, all of that is only coming up after a break later on. Sem9 will have its opportunity as well, but to think that Sem9 has to go up against AB Radicals, teams like Expand as well as Farang, and even a team as great as Quick Reaction with some of their strategies played out there on the battlefield, it just makes me question whether or not Sem9 is going to be able to go from a back-to-back to a back, but good performance out there.
A lot of things to be desired in the final 2 rounds. The 2 powerhouses will come to play, especially with Sem9 climbing up, shooting up the leaderboard right now. But if you guys have missed out on the Pop-Pow backpack earlier on, oh, guess what? Even though it's April Fools, we are still kind as always alongside Garena to give you guys another redemption code to redeem this amazing backpack. And by now you might have figured that, okay, well, there should be a last one by the end of the day, and you would be correct. But why claim it later when you can claim it now? Because we have a very, very tight window, and if you miss it, Pop-Pow backpack will be gone forever.
If you think the players are not going to be redeeming this the moment they see it, Husky, you, sir, are terribly wrong, because that's the first thing they ask for when the broadcast starts, okay? No shade. We know exactly why you want these giveaways, because they're so amazing, man. I mean, look at all of those skins. And the Pop-Pow backpack is surely something that I want too, but I cannot redeem it because I'm on broadcast.
Yeah, you guys have more stuff than I do. I have missed out 5 seasons of giveaways because I'm here giving it away to you guys. But all in all, I'm not complaining. You know, we get to commentate amazing Free Fire matches.
Yes.
Last 2 rounds coming up. We're going back to Bermuda. It's great for Group C because they get to play 2 Bermuda maps at once. But the last one, that is going to be a wild card that I'm looking forward to.
I'm betting on Nextera, dude. I want just that, you know, that game changer, just to throw all of these teams into disarray and see exactly who manages to kind of play out of that, right? And once again, Farang's going to be jumping right back into the mix, so that's going to be really fun to see what they can do there.
Yeah, and Expand has been a team that when we see them on new map, they pick up quickly, right? When Alpine came out, they become one of the best teams on Alpine. So I also want to see that on Nextera if that's going to be the case for our final round. But for now, we'll go for a short break and we'll come back for more Free Fire action.
Get the ball! will get the Pop-Pow of the finals. Welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 5, our final week before the Grand Finals, and it looks like some teams are hustling a little bit more than others. Teams like TFC as well as Sem9 surely know exactly what's awaiting them at the Grand Finals if they can put in some good work. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, as well as joined by the one and only Husky for the final week, as well as the Grand Finals of this amazing event. Husky, what do you think about the chances of a team like Tactical Intex maybe making their run in the final 2 matches here today?
Ooh, I think Tactical Intex probably will need to buckle up a bit more. They had 2 average rounds for round 3 and round 4, and in the last 2 rounds, I think if they can just increase the amount of points that they get by a bit, then they will be in a comfortable spot. Because with TFC making it to the nice spot, a lot of these teams are going to start getting threatened, right? I think Koda, Yudu X's, Tok Dalang, all of these teams are at risk of getting pushed down beyond 12 spots. So Tactical Intex is also in that list. But at the same time, I love it when we get to the final stretch of the group stage and some of these teams just start shooting up the leaderboard. It keeps the front runners on their toes, and in this case, I think Sem9 is putting out a very, very strong message.
Yeah, and Tactical Intex, they just got pushed down to the bottom 6, but in order to make sure they make it into the Grand Finals, they have some tricks up their sleeves. Well, not really tricks, more towards the plans, especially their manager Smacky, who doesn't really talk smack, but he talks a lot of sense into these boys, right? To ensure that they have a spot in the Grand Finals, he is aiming for a booyah on Bermuda. And it is going to be very possible for Tactical Intex because we've seen them perform on this map in the past, but it's not going to happen unless players like Decos as well as Orin step up their gameplay.
Yeah, and Tactical Intex are no slouches as well. They have players who have been under prestigious organizations before, right? Zimnu was in Blacklist International 2 seasons ago. You have Phoenix was from the Sem9, Orange as well from the Sem9 from season 4. You have Decos who has been, under Dewey Easy and now, and he was also on the Orange Esports last season. So it's a team of veterans, but it's a team of veterans that hasn't been able to find the groove that they've been looking for.
Yeah, no doubt. Decos and Orange just having a little bit of a struggle trying to catch up to their old ways in terms of the gameplay out there on the battlefield. These 2 players took a short break for SPM, and you know how important that examination is within Malaysia in itself. It pretty much decides exactly what your future course is going to be before you can become an adult and get into the working force. But they also have to deal with the chemistry build-up with the 3 new players within the squad. So there's a lot for Tactical Intex to kind of deal with as they come into the competition. So that kind of paints a good picture as to why they're struggling to maintain their top 12 positions within the whole league in itself. But through all of that, they still have some trash talk. Smacky had some smack talk for Tok Dalang, and the message for them is, you guys better run before you rata.
Yeah, and that's a very, very strong message, right? I mean, I don't know, I guess if you pick on Tok Dalang, I can let it slide. It's these 2 teams are currently almost on the same level. No disrespect to them. I think that obviously when you are in kind of this ocean of great teams, there are going to be losers. And in this case, both ITX and Tok Dalang are not kind of in the highest spot. So if you want to start somewhere, you're going to start picking on the teams that is around your vicinity, around your skill level. And Tok Dalang is a decent target. But I want to see if they can take out Tok Dalang.
I agree with you, right? Because I appreciate the smack talk from the manager, and I appreciate even more that he did not talk smack against any of the other teams that might be able to put on a challenge. But, he picked on a team that he was pretty confident that he might be able to outdo. But here's the thing about, underestimating a squad. They might just turn the tables on you. And they might play their best game. So Tok Dalang, I'm looking forward to that engagement between them as well as Tactical Intex. And speaking of Tactical Intex, they picked the Graveyard, not the best drop spots to kind of start things on as I talk about this conversation between them and Tok Dalang, man. Because the Graveyard might just be where this ends.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, right, you have some players on Tok Dalang who have experience, right? There are no pushovers.
Yes, yes.
So you better be able to walk the talk if you are ITX. Though we also need more of these personalities. We need more smack talk. Or not smack talks that just straight up disrespect other people, but enough to give you guys a confidence and give people a challenge. Uh-oh, AV Radicals not again. Losing members. Sem9 taking 2 teams at once. These guys are insane.
Sorry,
Expand losing members. AV are losing members. What is happening on the map?
I gotta correct that statement. They're not taking on 2 teams. They're taking on 2 titans, and they're winning against those 2 titans at the very same time. Sem9 in the house to make a lot of noise, and they're doing exactly that. Ramiel quickly brings Barba right back into the mix. AV Radicals, if there's something great about them, it is the fact that they are survivors, and they stay true to the core of what Battle Royales are all about, surviving until that very final circle. When Sem9 fights Tactical Intex as well, this is the 3rd team that Sem9 is coming across. Axel has got time to bring Too Fast right back into the equation, but can we talk about how Sem9 is just popping off? But so kind of calm your horses here, because I don't know if it's going to gallop into oblivion. Now they want to pick on Thoda as well?
What is this, Sem9?
Oi!
That's number 5. Well, about 2 minutes in, and we've gotten 5 eliminations. Thoda, not really sure if you want to fight this though. UAV is sent out. Victory is a what? What?
Yeah.
No way, Fikri, he's going for it.
No, don't do it.
It's a 1 versus 2. This is 2 more points for him if he can get it. Ice grenade, slowing him down. Fikri turns the corner. There's 2 members of Thoda right there. Fikri finally stopped in his tracks. Thank goodness someone took him out.
I mean, I love the aggression from the get-go, but I did not understand that final play. There was no way Fikri was going to win that. And if you look at the guns that the players on the side of Thoda had in their hands, you had that AUG for the mid to long range engagement. You also had that MAC-10, which will obliterate you in those CQCs. So they were always going to win out that gunfight. He was just a little too overconfident with that assault rifle that doesn't really do all that too well in those close quarters combat. So bad play, but I guess what's the risk? They already have 5 elimination points, which means a lot of coins to buy him right back.
They just lost Fikri also though. Expanse still taking them on. But Noki was able to trade X-Roy back. So we're going to check back on them because Nova is taking on MAB. Nova gets the first drop. So much actions in this 5th round. Again, 2nd Bermuda map of the day. And the team's just off to an explosive start. Oh, the nade! Lua doesn't come up in time, so Adam still ends up taking damage.
Good defense all around here, but Nova's just tagging players left, right, center. MAB spread all out, but it makes no difference to Nova. Nova now, can they also grab Sham and put him out of the equation? P90 in hand, hasn't recovered just yet. Ice grenade will force him out of his position, and a beautiful execution by the players on the side of Nova. That was just such a well-played fight.
Nova will be very happy with their opening because they started the day in last place and they needed decent rounds to make it back up. Uh-oh, Ramiel all alone. I wonder if AV Radicals are only left with him, because if that's the case, then AV Radicals is going to suffer a huge blow in the hands of Tactical Intex. Thankfully, Ramiel, pretty much a distraction at this point. They still have Kaito kind of trying to split up the rest of the map. This is the 3rd round in a row where AV Radicals just go off to a very, very slow start. But as long as someone else is alive, AV Radicals still has a chance.
Not very comfortable with Tactical Intex rushing outside of the circle, because when they turn tails towards the circle and run right back in, they're going to have quite a bit of catching up to do. Thankfully, that's not a lot of damage that this first circle will give to the team. But you have to worry about the damage that you do incur, the medkits that you will be expanding before getting into your next engagement. I am looking forward to Tactical Intex really showing us that improvement, because once again, they are, I believe, in the 13th spot, and they cannot continue to trickle down lower in this leaderboard, because it's a final week once again. This is the week where you hustle, not kind of like slip off of your gameplay.
No, full respect to AVR. The hustle in recovering these rounds continues for them. There's a vending machine right there, so Kaito can again bring his teammates back. So AVR sort of back in the game. He only has enough to get Ramiel, but it's a good start for AV Radicals overall.
Let's see if or not. I mean, I'm not going to underestimate AV Radicals at all. We saw how they started off with literally 1 player in very, very early fights, and then they've still found that final circle. Phil found some ridiculous gameplay. So yeah, AV Radicals just possible of bringing out the craziest of crazies out there on a game of Free Fire. But now they drop right back into the matchup, and they are split between the Toda squad, who's going to be able to fish them out one after the other if they're not too careful. Tactical Intex, Orin, has to deal with quite a number of players on the side of Quick Reactions, quickly catching up with them. And this compound now on shutdown. Obviously, Quick Reactions has no other choice because they have to escape from that circle that's closing in on them. But Tactical Intex, they are outnumbered. Their players are quick, very slow to the pace. And just as I say that, the guy launches himself right back for the defense of the rest of his players.
And Quick Reactions now will have to take on ITX and keep them out of the circle. Kind of a gatekeep maneuver right there. You can see Quick Reactions, Kwachi and Shin very far forward. Tactical Intex slowly taking up space. Still the first blue zone, so it doesn't really hurt ITX as much, but QR are doing a fantastic job of making sure that ITX gets slowly chipped down by the blue zone. Kwachi on the high ground already, looking for a couple of tags, but Phoenix, he is the first one to break right through that blue zone, and QR will have to be ready to receive this. Skip Toby, nice Irene, they all chip in. 3 members of ITX already down.
Tactical Intex, they cannot afford an engagement like this, but I believe time is up. DCOS, he will try to get away, but he has lost way too much of HP. 3v1 and Tactical Intex bomb out in the 11th spot. Things are not looking good for the squad, who are already in the 13th spot as we started this match off. Tactical Intex continues to bleed.
And this is just going to... Well, I guess Smacky will have to wait one more round to take on Tok Dalang, because they didn't even have a chance to get through Quick Reactions. But then again, Quick Reactions has always been the stronger team in this situation, and you can see how they executed that defense. ITX trying to find a way to break through, and they kind of did, but it felt like they were not fully prepared to take on Quick Reaction in any capacity. Farang back on the screen, 3rd round for them for the day, and they had plenty of time to talk about what went wrong in their 2nd round. So I'm excited to see how that's going to turn out for them. For Quick Reactions after cleaning up ITX, it's going to make that far rotation across the map with that launch pad.
You see Ares and Kaito on the map as well, all spread out. AV Radicals playing a different gameplay here. I believe they are trying to loot up separate sides of this compound, but they have to stay wary of that circle as well that is just putting on quite a bit of damage. So as you collect all of those medkits, you're just going to be using them one after the other unless you've got a vehicle somewhere around your compound as well to circle on in quickly, or at least, at the very least, a jump pad. Quick Reactions have quickly made it through and out of that blue zone in towards this next safe zone as well. So this is going to be a good rotation for them. Expand. Oh. They got caught out by Farang. Farang has got them all in one spot, but Zeus out of nowhere with a headshot with that Woodpecker, and he's going to be taking Jesbu out of the equation. It's going to be Faiz from that long shot. AWM does not connect with the players on the side of Expand, but this is just way too close for comfort if you ask me.
The grenades are constantly flying through. Jemba responding with his own, but Spade is going to be low. Too fast out in the open with the grenade launcher. Actually gets chipped away by the frag. His grenade launcher just a bit on the side, but Space still gets taken down thanks to Exo. Jembo winning his one, taking down Roy, keeping Farang in the game, but he is not too healthy. Zuez with the Charge Buster in hand, and they know that Jembo is in there, so they will just rush him down. Farang not able to overcome Expand in the situation. Expand with 4 kills so far.
Yep, and it is Farang that bites the bullet, unfortunately, and they have to back away, play the game of survival. Faiz is going to be able to do exactly that, running out of the circle to find the revival point, tanking quite a bit of damage. In the meantime, I'm sure he will be able to get through that. He does have the number of medkits on him to get that play done. And even at the end, if he does get sacrificed, at least he does manage to bring 3 players right back into the mix. Pando EWG, a much better rotation this time around in towards that circle. Toda Pedro circling around the roof, and he does not get caught out. They go up against Nova. This is just a game of cat and mouse, and Pedro can't seem to catch this rat.
There's 2 of them, 2 against 1. This should be doable, right? He even brought out the melee. Nice attempt from Niche. But it was just not meant to be. Toda bringing a gun to a knife fight and winning that one out. 4 eliminations for them and eliminating the 3rd team of this match. The circle only occupied by Expand fully, at least. Farang, in the meantime, having to take on Pando EWG for factory control. And so far, it seems like Pando EWG is still holding on pretty decently.
Pando EWG, let's see if they can find some higher ground and get away from this, because for the time being, it's only 2 out with that Mag 7, who has got this bird's eye view, but he's barricaded in. Monito finally joins him, tries to help him out with those blue walls just a tad bit. And the higher elevation from the side of Jembal here. One good grenade with that spot should be able to do them in. And the rest of the Toda squad catching up with him as well. So Pando EWG, if there's any time to move, now's going to be that time. That flank from the right-hand side. Afix finds them first. That grenade being cooked up as well. Woodpecker will not connect. And Pando EWG, they turn around. They want to stay and fight.
And it feels like they might have to brute force through Toda to get out of this, because Quick Reaction are also showing up. Geekslay keeping Quick Reaction occupied for now. As you can see, the Geek Slate are also spread out. So 4 teams near this vicinity. 5 if you include Farang. Pando EWG, not really sure where they want to head towards, but Geek Slate is very sure they want to get rid of Quick Reaction, as the members of QR are trying to get each other back up, but it means that they have to expand a lot of their glue wall. Skip Toby once more goes down to Ken, and it is just, it might not be worth it, you know. Toda in the meantime already taking on Farang.
Yes, Boo, fantastic equation played out here, and Spark finds JZ as well. Toda against Pando EWG. So far, it's all equal, a 1-to-1 trade, and this is the main reason why you got to stick together with each other. Quick Reaction is going to get stuck outside of the circle as the players of Geek Slate kind of gatekeep them as they make their way around towards Factory, looking for this next circle. 30 seconds to go, and everybody's going to get squeezed out of Factory into the outer compounds, and it's going to be Geek Slate that steps it up, because they're just going to be fishing all of them out of a barrel, a very small outlet from that factory in towards those open grounds to look for the next circle. Let's see how Geek Slate kind of deals with that pressure. In the meantime, Pando EWG, once again, we needed them to look for that higher ground. They don't take that initiative, and Farang takes advantage from up top.
And Monito caught in a rough spot also. They need to be aware of Toda, but Farang is just watching them from the roof. Toda also not doing too good. Pedro stuck in that blue. Quick Reaction somehow still keeping everyone alive. Finally losing nice Tyrene. The Geek Slate, Toda also going down thanks to Geek Slate. Quick Reaction finding a bit of solace, a bit of a pit stop in the factory, while the rest of the teams have already been forced out. But does Kwachi know that Jembao is right beside him? What
kind of Kwachi do you like? The pumpkin seeds or the sunflower seeds?
Sunflower seeds.
I'm a pumpkin seed kind of guy. I like the salt.
I'm a sunflower guy, because I follow my mom in a lot of like the food that I eat. Yeah, it's thanks to my mom. Spicy food, seafood like clams, kwachi. Yeah, it's all because of it runs in the family.
Oh, Quick Reactions quickly taken out in the 7th spot. But I have to say, man, as much as I love all of that kwachi, my fiance hates it. I'm a super expert in eating kwachi. I just like kind of open it up with just one finger. I mean, okay, I hold it with 2 fingers. But I'm like a little bird, okay? Have you seen a bird eat a kwachi before?
Yeah, I have.
Skillfully, they just take out the seed and then they throw away the skin. I aspire to be a bird eating kwachi, and I've just lived up to that expectation of myself.
Yeah, my family is more brutes. Like, my mom taught me to use my teeth to crack the shell. Works just fine. 7-9. Perishing to the blue. That means Expand. Now they are in top 5, and they have fires from Farang to deal with. Expand deciding to make that far rotation to get safety first.
Look at who's here and who's not. So Dalang moving towards the final circle. Tactical Index out of the equation. And I guess So Dalang's gonna overtake Tactical Index by the end of the day if they can keep this up. Oh my lord. I guess Tactical Index is going to have to bite their tongue by the end of this. But it looks like Geek Slate's still alive and kicking. 7-9 as they got eaten up just like a Kwachi in the hands of Expand moments ago. And Expand picking up 2 extra elimination points from those engagements. One against the players of Geek Slate and the other one against Tot Dalang. It's 3 more players on the side of Tot Dalang. With Expand the only team inside of this next circle, they get to gatekeep everybody else.
And also, they are the only team with the full squad left alive. And this is just a slow burn the clusters. To finish off Tok Dalang, a ceremonial finish for Expand. Manchai just buying time with the time turn, and yeah, too fast. He's just waiting. Oh, almost connects. Time turn expires. Pando EWG out in 3rd. Expand needs to finish off Fires, who they know has been hiding there for the longest of times. Expand finally putting on a booyah round for themselves after 2 rough ones at the start of the day.
Great play from Expand, and this is Bermuda, the place where you expect Expand to, as usual, pick up the amazing plays. When we first started off, they were the dominators of Bermuda, and they continue to dominate Bermuda by the time we get to the end of the day. Now, the starting play at Bermuda might have not been very, very impressive from the side of Expand, but they did pick up 15 points from that spot nonetheless, and now with the booyah to their side, you know for a fact they are super geared up to catch up with AB Radicals. But the kind of distance that AB Radicals has kind of put between themselves as well as Expand is just way too good, right? I believe there's about a 45-point gap there, but I guess they will make do with catching up with Farang first.
Yeah, I will give everyone out there a good news because I believe AB Radicals got knocked out in like 9th place thanks to Sam 9. So this is a round where AB Radicals was not able to get much points. Expand will be happy with that. And can I just say that our boys at Expand have they have been upping their fashion game. You know, those hairstyles, they're looking better and better every single season. You know, all of them look great.
I mean, you gotta look the part, man. If you want to represent Malaysia, you want to be that cool gamer that sits down, plays games, earns good money. And I'm talking about really good money. And you gotta play the cool part as well, right? And I think all of those hairstyles definitely help out. But nothing can beat the hairstyle of having a pineapple on your head.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. You can, because hairstyles don't matter at that point, right? It's like this story that I always have. So just a sneak peek for you, AJ. I'm gonna lose my ponytail in the middle of the year. I'm getting it. I'm getting rid of it. But you know, I think this has been a good run. For Mohawk. 2 years, I had long
Mohawk,
hair.
Husky Mohawk.
I hope. I had something like that before. But yeah, so I went on a trip. It's just a quick story. I went on a trip to Genting Highlands last weekend. And while I was at the premium outlet, I used the washroom. And as I was leaving the washroom, a middle-aged uncle walked in. Is this a dirty
story that this can turn into? Because
no. The uncle walked in. He looked at me, and he looked back to check if he entered the right washroom. It's happened to me multiple times, by the way. So I'm getting rid of whatever hair I have.
At least it's not blonde anymore, so I guess that's the first save. And now you could take. But dude, bald on the sides, mohawk on the center, pink, and then you just sharpen it.
The third part is gonna be hard.
You'll kill it.
Yeah, I'll kill it in live, but I'm not really sure if I'm allowed to be on broadcast after that. So we'll have to double check.
As long as the headphones fit, I think you're allowed on broadcast.
Oh, yeah, mohawk is the worst hairstyle to wear headphones on. So, yeah, I think we will have to reconsider that.
Okay, we'll talk about it. Okay, we'll talk about it. But I am not happy to hear that the ponytail's going, but I'm happy to hear that we're going to see a fresh, new, souped-up Husky in all of his colorful suits. So I'm looking forward to that eventually. But I want to see a little bit more from the players out there on the battlefield as well, right? I think, you know, there's no surprise at all with Expand stepping it up, but I wanted to see a little bit more from Sem9. Maybe a back-to-back-to-back amazing performance from them would have been really decent, and that could have set a good tone for their start tomorrow as they really try to solidify their spot in the group stages before heading on into the grand finals to really pop off. But of course, it's going to be very difficult against the more consistent teams like Expand, who made that final round, dealing with so many teams all around them, look so easy, Husky.
Yeah, but we also cannot overlook, right? Sem9 themselves also had a pretty good start. They fended off against 3-4 teams. They just were not able to keep their foot on the gas throughout the entire game. Yeah. And at the end of the day, if you make it to the grand finals, it's a full reset. But I think some people might look at it as a scenario where, well, if I just need to be in top 12, then what's the meaning of the group stage? Yeah. And I can tell you that right now, aside from the prize pool that you get, it also is a good indicator of how far the skill gap is. And in this case, even if AB Radicals end up in first and Expand remains in second, if the points aren't too much of there's not too much difference in terms of points, it gives us a very good storyline heading into the finals where we'll see the ex-champions get challenged.
That I have to agree with, right? But let's talk a little bit about some smack talk earlier on. The manager of Tactical Intex, Smacky, thinking that he wants to call out Tok Dalang. Tok Dalang made it to the final circle. Tactical Index got taken out in the 11th spot. And the last time we checked, there was about a 17-point gap between these two teams. Obviously, that's going to get cut down. The probability of Tok Dalang actually catching up with Tactical Index in this matchup in itself obviously is not going to be possible because they didn't really, they weren't having a breakout round in any case whatsoever. But they have cut down the distance. And if Tactical Index bombs out one more time, not only will they be in the bottom 6, but they would have also lost out their position to Tok Dalang that they thought they could overcome. And this is where karma bites you in the butt.
The worst feeling is always when you tell a team that you would wipe them and you get wiped by a separate team. But, to cut them some slack,
that you smack talk overcomes your position in the overall leaderboard. GG, bro.
To cut Tactical Instinct some slack, they were up against Quick Reaction, right? Which is one of the Philippine powerhouse. So it's already a tall task for them. But this is the overall stat for match number 5. We have again, just the amount of knockdowns have been increasing by increments every single round. It just gets more and more heated. I think today has been very, very bloody across all rounds. These teams just want to fight.
Yeah, no doubt at all, right? And you see the total number of rescues as opposed to the total knockdowns overall. There were a lot of engagements out there on the battlefield, and barely any of those knockdowns could result in those teams walking away almost all the time. And, we saw the total elimination of that squad when it came to the engagements. Only, of course, the exception to teams like AB Radicals, who, they're literally the cockroach of the league, right? You try to stomp them out instantaneously from the start. They somehow survive. They somehow find you again a little bit later on. This time, of course, they weren't as lucky. Someone found that Shield Dogs, sprayed it on them, got them eliminated a little earlier than they expected.
Yeah, and of course, for this round, we have to talk about Jembao. Sure, Expand got the booyah, but Jembao, has been a player that we talk about every once in a while. He has always been the consistent one. Maybe not the superstar, but he has always been there. And in this game, he was able to give Farang a decent head start in the game and recover from kind of that abysmal round 2 where they showed up on the map and instantly got eliminated.
Yeah, and of course, as far as Farang's concerned, they are going to be looking to hold on to that number 2 spot and, if possible, to even grab that number 1 spot. But the distance between themselves as well as Expand was not too far. So they will go ahead to fail as Expand manages to rise up to the top with a massive number of eliminations, 11 to their side, 8 of those in assist. But a lot of damage, not a lot of eliminations to pair up with that damage. So they've just been shooting a lot, but not walking away with too many points for all of those engagements. So I think Expand just needs to kind of tighten up all of those engagements if possible.
And this is one of the rounds where Expand didn't really, play like their normal style. And I mean by them just running at people's face and taking these team fights and constantly fighting until the bitter, until all of them drop. This is a game where Expand is a bit more systematic, and it is a side of them that we want to see, because I think what Expand lacked back then was discipline. They have demonstrated that in this round, and we just need a bit more of that, because I think Expand sometimes struggle to find that balance between going aggressive and just holding back that urge to get eliminations. If they do that more often, then they can kind of rival AB Radicals in terms of recovering from a bad start.
And let's see exactly how the match standings will look like for some of the other teams that did fall out a little bit earlier on. Booyah picked up by the one and only Expand. Farang picking up 14 points right behind them. So for sure, Farang will lose that second place to Expand. Pando EWG, this is a little bit of that improvement that we've been wanting out of the squad. 12 points this time round for Pando to make their way out of that bottom 6, but obviously it's not enough to do exactly that, but this is a good start. Sem9 keeps up with the rest of the pack. No massive number of points, but overall, I think this is still a decent round out of the squad, picking up the 4th place for themselves. Geek Slate, in terms of improvement, have done well as well, picking up that 5th place with a total of 11, and those 11 points does equalize with Quick Reactions in that 6th place.
On the second page, Tok Dalang taking 7th, also 11 points. Todak still struggling on the second half of the leaderboard, with 8 points. Nova getting 5, so not able to catch up from last place. AB Radicals, one of the poorer rounds today, only getting 2 points. Tactical Intex is at the bottom. And you can see the overall standings, AB Radicals, because of that one round now, then they are not too far away from Expand and Farang, right? If they get wiped out again in the final round and Expand gets a good one, then we will have a race for first place. But when you look at the second page, well, Tok Dalang, just less than 10 points away from Tactical Intex. Freedom MY holds the 12th spot right now. Nova moving up to 17th spot. Pano EWG also moving up 1 spot to 16. MAB Esports, surprisingly, will be in the last place.
And this is where Tactical Intex really has to live up to their smack talk earlier on. And they have to make sure, even if they don't eliminate Tok Dalang, they have to get into that final circle. They have to make a better run as opposed to Tok Dalang to not lose their 13th place. I mean, both of these teams are in a position to get relegated, but one more day of play tomorrow, one more match today can make the world of difference. The biggest problem here is we have no idea where we are going to, or as the 6th match is on a random map right after this.
I'm excited to see what the random map is. I want us to go to Nextera. That's the most I think, again, not just being a new map, but I want to see how this Group A and Group C bout is going to be, because this is where most of the teams are gunning for the first place. Almost all the top 8 teams are here. We've seen Sem9 and AB Radicals being very, very solid on that map. What if we throw Expand and Farang into the mix? I think that's going to make it interesting. And Geek Slay as well.
Too many, man. Too many names in the pot makes this a very bad broth. I like my flavors very simple, you know, not too complex. When it's complex, you don't know exactly what to appreciate within the dish.
Yeah, and we do want to let you guys know that we have a giveaway, just like all Free Fire broadcasts. Not that you already don't know, but here it is, the code for your Pop-Pow backpack. And do remember to redeem it, because here's some sneak peek, you might not see it after this. So for those who want to wait until the end of the broadcast, this is not an April Fool's joke anymore. This is the PSA. Claim it right now. Last chance before it goes away.
Sem9 has been the best performing team today, with a total of 64 points picked up for themselves. Nobody else has been able to match up. And the second best to Sem9, guess who it is, man? It's TFC, Terengganu Football Club, with 54 points picked up. This team jumped up from the 15th spot to the 9th place, and now they've just faltered a little bit, not because they did not perform, because they just weren't playing and everybody else is kind of climbing up as well. But 54 points is amazing, because that even outdoes teams like Farang, that even outdoes teams like even Expand. But of course, Expand can make a quick run for that final circle once again in this final matchup as well.
And there's a chance for Expand, both Expand and Farang, to either catch up to AB Radicals or just, you know, make sure that they are within touching distance of AB Radicals. These are the top 3 teams after all, you know, same as the Season 4 finals where they are the top 3. We're gonna go into the map selector and see how it's gonna be. Nextera, no, we're going to Purgatory. A disappointment. I'm fine. It's good.
You look
would have been nice if we got Nextera, but you know, it's fine.
This is not fine for some of the teams who are looking for the #1 spot, because who are your dominators of Purgatory? It is the veterans of the competition, AB Radicals as well as Expand. Quick Reactions have performed well on Purgatory as well, but you know, there's just no telling exactly what can happen out there on the battlefield. The last time we saw this run, guess who got it? It was Quick Reactions. They are the third best performers on this map, but that performance on Purgatory really blew my mind. 27 points for Quick Reactions. That's something you got to respect.
And I think today the most points the team has gotten for themselves is 27, if I'm not mistaken, right? Quick Reaction got 27. I think Farang got 27. Sem9 27 also.
6.
Yeah, so 26, right? 26 is the highest for them. But either way, the highest one we've seen in the history of Free Fire, if I remember correctly, is 34, and that was in the World Series at Bangkok. Again, EVO's Phoenix, our current world champions. We'll see if any teams can break that record. Even if they don't, the fact that you're hitting more than 24 points per round is already incredibly impressive.
Yes, absolutely, man. I mean, picking up more points even than what the Booyah gives you, then you know you're really hustling out there on the battlefield. As far as the engagements are concerned, you are doing phenomenally well there. And of course, you're doing great in terms of picking up all of the placement points available for your squad as well. But as we head on into Purgatory, a double Purgatory map just gives that extra bit of advantage to some of the top dogs within the competition. This is one of those OG maps that teams like AB Radicals as well as Expand has truly mastered. Quick Reactions had a good run earlier on, but it wasn't with a perfect combination with both Expand and AB Radicals looking for the #1 spot. But if they're able to pull off that exact same performance again, I'll stand up, I'll salute them, because that will truly be a solid performance.
With that being said, even Expand has struggled a bit on Purgatory. I think historically, when you look at the previous tournaments they've been in, and with Kalahari still in the pool, Purgatory is the map where Expand struggles with the most, despite them performing what we consider as well overall. So coming into this, when you have teams like Quick Reaction and AB Radicals, all the heavy hitters, it's going to be a bit tougher for Expand. And last time we saw them in round 2, they were basically caught out in the open and had no room to recover. And I want to see if they have made that adjustment coming into this one.
I do agree with you, man. I mean, look at the performance that they had in Purgatory even today. The last time they played this, which was earlier on today, it was just a 5-point ender. And all of those 5 points came from placements. Barely could pick off anything off of those engagements. No kill points whatsoever. So although they are one of the better performers on Purgatory, today's performance earlier on wasn't as flashy. But that's the main reason why we have to keep our eyes on them, because those are the kind of people that really want to prove themselves, When they're doing really well and then suddenly they end up in a slump, they really want to prove that they're still one of the best. But, the probability of the hungry ones out there who are hunting for the climb up that leaderboard might just put them out of the equation. Pando EWG will be able to find one very early in this matchup, and it looks like this engagement is going to give them quite a bit as the team of MAB lose their players one after the other.
MAB already in last place, so if they bomb out again this round, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for them. The gap between last and 12th place is slowly widening. We're no longer in the one good round territory. And that is going to be a big problem for some of these teams. And maybe Adam at least getting Mantai back. Not able to get a second one though, unfortunately. Tuas from the side also pressuring Adam away. 50 health is the number. And he's able to duck into the shadows, put up the campfire. For now, Mantai, the target. Again, chip damage, but no finisher.
Pando EWG just needs to play this slow and steady. Cannot take that CQC versus the player who has the Mac-10 in hand. Adam steps on up and Tua just says hello. Jay-Z drops him like he's hot. And Pando EWG will continue to circle around the compound. MAB from afar still wants to go back in here for the engagement, but that's mainly because they want to protect their revival point, and therefore it should be a full squad in a couple of seconds. Tactical Intex, melee, slay onto Riz. And that's going to be unfortunate for them. But, Tactical Intex is one of those teams that we are really looking forward to as well in terms of improvement out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, and they have been in most of the majors. I don't particularly remember if any of them have missed the major, but or at least the majors finals. But this is the one where if they don't make it, it's going to go down in history. People remember it for a long time, where some of these veteran players didn't even qualify for the majors finals, and it really speaks a lot on how much other teams have been catching up and how much they've been evolving.
Yeah,
which is something that wasn't the case in the first 2 seasons of the major, where you have just one powerhouse destroying everyone. Now, so much more diversity, so much more new mechanics that allow teams to pick and choose what they're good at.
Let's see if or not everything that they plan can be executed out there on the battlefield. For teams like Tot Dalang, who have been called out by teams like Tactical Intex, the pressure is just a little bit extra. Not that they lose out a lot. Obviously, they're playing for their own victory. They want to make it into the grand finals. But they also want to respond to some smack talk, man. They want to show, they want to prove that they are better. And I hope to see them engage with each other out there on the battlefield eventually. Pando EWG, still in the hunt out here for MAB, as Adam and Sham gets brought right back in I believe that Pineapple's making his head itch a bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would. I mean, Mans, I don't think he can go anywhere. Like being trapped in ski lodge is one of the worst feelings.
Yeah.
Because you are kind of stuck in a rough spot. In this case for MAB, they would have to eventually fight their way out, unfortunately.
Because it's just that one narrow corridor down. Easy shots, high ground advantage for the players of Pando. MAB cannot circle across to find the exit because even if you step out of ski lodge, it's just open areas and you still have to expand all of your ammunition as well as your glue walls. But look at this, Pando EWG, it's not like they are stacked, bro. So this is a very huge game here that they want to play against their opponents. And this is a risk that I just would not take if I was their coach.
Oh yeah, it's just one of those choke points where once you commit to it, you have to have a plan to kind of get out. The reaction against Toda and the utilities, right? And this early on, you don't really have much utils to work with.
Yeah.
Kwachi, forward, again, him in the front line, a rest side. He's doing pretty well, trying to take on Pedro. Blue walls dropped by Pedro, keeping him safe, but he's losing in the health department. Kwachi just reloading in time. Unloads it all onto Pedro. Is the timing a bit in favor of quick reaction? He's going to be able to get this kill.
Nicely played, and of course Kwachi claims the kill onto Pedro. The rest of the team, Toda, they back away. There's just no way they want to engage with quick reactions. And I have to say, they have been living up to their name. The reactions have been absolutely solid, super quick, outplaying teams like Toda. And you got to respect that, you got to love it. And quick reactions has gotten the highlight for themselves multiple times today. You know, against teams like Farang, against teams like Toda. And this is the next big name. This is the next big name to see continuously rising up the leaderboards.
And it's something that you pointed out early on, right, AJ? Inspired by AB Radical's first major win, the first major win for Philippines as a region, and the first world stage appearance for Philippines as a region. Now we get to see more and more of that, and closing the gap between Malaysia and Philippines. I think that itself is very, very impressive already. Because back in the days, we look at these two regions, we put them side by side. It's always overwhelming victory towards MY, but now you have AB Radicals really keeping their performance consistent and making sure that if they're not first place, they are always in the top 3 conversation.
I mean, dude, they impressed and they inspired a huge segment of Free Fire players from the side of Philippines, not just because of how they performed in MCPS, not just because of how they performed at the World Series, but also with how much they have proven that just being a mobile gamer, you can really earn a living. 3.8 million pesos is what they bagged from the Free Fire World Series.
that is crazy.
Is there anything that anyone can complain about? That's a hefty amount of money to bring back to your country.
Yeah, and that's just them not even making it to the top 8, right? AB Radicals, they were on the bottom echelon of the overall standings. There was this, well, it wasn't a running joke, but there was this comedic phrase I always say. EVOS Phoenix earned more than $1 million USD within 6 months because they were just placing so high on the World Series. They won the 4th one and they placed 2nd on the one before that. And they also participated in other third-party tournaments, right? Yeah. And they were crushing those as well. So that is definitely kind of an inspiration that everyone will be looking at. Tem9, on the other hand, putting up 3 kills already onto Pando EWG, excuse me.
You convert the 1 million plus USD collected by them into Thai baht. Whew.
Hold on, let me do the mathematics.
I mean, talk about some millionaires, man. These guys be rolling around in their cars. I want to be in their car. I want to be a pro player. And unfortunately, my reactions are not as quick as some of these young boys out there. Raja, long shot, gets knocked down onto the ground. Quick pickup coming through. But tell me, sir, what's the number like?
If my mathematics is correct, I think it's 34 million Thai baht.
Yeah, I want to be a pro player one day. Probably get thrashed, but it's okay. I'll survive. I'll survive.
It's okay.
Maybe a coach,
like
maybe not a pro player, maybe a coach.
You can even look at like the individual earnings of these players, right? Like you go on the internet, it's like it's all there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it looks very colorful, but of course you have to be on the top 1%, which is not easy. You know, the grind put in by these players is absurd. And maybe against Geek Slate, both trading one, surprisingly, you know, and maybe holding their ground pretty well out in the open.
And I think you brought up a good point there, that it's not easy, obviously, to reach the heights of these players. And the only thing that can get you there is just a non-stop grind. And therefore making them deserve it, but also a really good lesson to all of those who are, you know, aspire to be a pro player in the future, or is already a pro player but just struggling to find their stride, struggling to find their top place. You just got to put in the time. You just got to have that proper guidance. I mean, if you've got extra bit of the prize pool that you earn, regardless of how much it is, even though you bomb out of the 18th spot, try to invest that money instead of, you know, just spending it on yourself. But for the team, get yourself a coach, invest that money into that coach, and hope and pray that that coach helps you earn much more in the future, you know, and that's really important.
Yeah. And right now, I think, you know, Sem9 is setting a very good example with that.
Yeah.
I have a theory, maybe that Eric has a whip in his hand. That's why Sem9 is performing so well today. 4 eliminations so far.
No. Whipping doesn't bring out the performance. I know Asian parenting, you know, it just brings out the worst performance in you. You know, Love brings out the best performance. Farah circling on around. It looks like quick reactions will be able to do them in once again. Skip Toby bites the dust this time round as Jesbu responds. Shin with the UMP does manage to find a knock, but the charge buster will turn things around. Kwachi taken down. Nice Cyrene down and out of the equation as well. And Farang will be able to execute the perfect revenge as quick reactions. They get taken out of the 12th spot.
Ooh, heartbreak for quick reaction. They were the one who got the booyah in the first Purgatory map we play, and right now dropping in the hands of Farang as well, who was the team that earned nothing from match 2. Good turnaround for Farang, great recovery. And just to conclude the conversation about how much the individual player earned for Evo's Phoenix, as Too Fast gets stuffed, God Cruz himself has a total earning of more than 10 million Thai baht in his Free Fire career.
What's it that in USD?
304,000.
Bro, if you're in Malaysia, you're already a millionaire, man. I mean, dude, playing a mobile game. I so recall the times where people play like, oh, mobile gaming isn't even gaming. Yeah, you tell that to these millionaires walking around with the dough in their pocket, man.
In plain sight as well. AVR actually winning the fight against Expand, but not wiping them out just yet. Expand, I believe, still around. ITX against Sem9 in the building. And wow, Sem9, already 9 kills. Who would have guessed that they are doing so well? Looking for a great closure to this day of last week. ITX outnumbered so far. Nova out in 10. Already getting pressured by the ice grenade. Sem9 just slowly running them down. The blue wall melter is also making life hard for Orange to keep his defense up. Pulls out the time turner. Deco goes down off screen. Raja is continuing to bulldoze through ITX, and Sem9 have just gotten 12 minutes in.
Uh-oh. You know, this only means that Dalang now needs to perform. Tactical Index, unfortunately, weren't able to really fight their way out of that. AV Radicals this time round, they've got another moment to shine. Earlier on, it was against Expand. This time, against the players of Geek Slate. The circle just pushing them in little by little. Kaito outside of the circle will be able to take that high ground advantage against his opponent, Kens. But off screen, it looks like AV Radicals has lost yet another player. And Toda as well, circling on in. And this is the pincer around AV Radicals that I don't think they'll be able to survive.
Well, for now, AV Radicals trying to fight their way out. Actually, was able to take out one member of Toda. They still have 3 members left. But Kaito, backside exposed. Needs the backup. Aries, good coverage to prevent the push from Spark. Pedro now realized that he is all alone. Aries, yeah, he's ready for this. He took out Spark, now looking for Pedro. Toda, last man standing. Pedro with 1. Puts up the blue wall. Pedro with 2. Doesn't do it at the last stretch. AVR stays alive.
Oh, that's just insane. And now it's just Geek Slate picking off the final member. Blue wall pulled out, and Rain will be able to claim the kill onto Aries. The rest of AV Radicals, or I have to say the final surviving member of AV Radicals, backs away. It's going to be Axel looking for a vending machine, but I don't think one is available within the circle. So he needs to play a little bit of a possum gameplay. Back away, stay silent, and allow all of the other teams to do the dirty on each other, take each other out of the equation. 3 Titans in the circle. If you look at how big those brands are, Sem9, Farang, as well as Geek Slate, they all do battle against each other.
And with MAB out, this point gets to be driven home. Remember we said we want to see how these Titans compete against one another?
Yeah.
We have all of them in this final circle, right? Like you said,
Yep.
Sem9, Farang, Geek Slate, AB Radicals, Expand, they are in the top 5 right now. Obviously, Expand and AB Radicals are crippled. They only have 1 member left. But when you look at Farang, Sem9, Geek Slate, these guys are all decked out. They have almost their full squad alive. I think only 1 out of the 3 teams have 3 members. But with that aside, if you are Farang, you are looking for redemption. If you are Sem9, you are looking to continue shooting up the leaderboard. And on the side, you have just Ray Meow and Axel trying to survive.
I'm going to end the day just like how I started it on the Sem9 hype train. It's been pretty crazy what they've been able to pull off so far. Yes, they were not on a breakout round earlier on, but it was a decent round picked up by them. And with AB Radicals out of the equation, Sem9 should be able to complete this with the most number of eliminations. And if you compare them and the performance of Farang so far, Farang has done better overall within the league, but Sem9 today has just been the different beast once again. Up to the start of this matchup, Sem9 has been the best performing team of the day with 64 points in the bag. And I believe with this match, they'll be able to exceed 80 Husky.
The faith in Sem9 has finally paid off, right? After a rough season, this recovery is nothing short of impressive. And I think even the word impressive is an understatement. 14 eliminations so far. Full squad still alive. Getting tagged though by Nate, Farang. Not willing to go down without a fight. Space started up. 42 just moved the third. Farang looking for redemption, and that is redemption in the flesh. Farang going to cross the finishing line with Exo taken out. Farang have done it. Closing out Purgatory with a booyah. They are still in the running, AJ.
I mean, come on. Where was the time turner out of the squad? Unfortunate for Sem9. Farang picks up a decent booyah for themselves. Not crazy on the eliminations from the very start, but towards the end with all of those 4 kills in the bag, Farang matches up with the rest. And I believe this is going to be a great opportunity for them to replace Expand in that second spot. The last time we saw the overall leaderboard, there was just 8 points between them. And Farang's going to be smiling year to year because of that.
They started the day with 27 points and a booyah. They ended the day with a booyah, and also I think getting close to 27 points as well. So great finisher, covering up for the fact that they had a very, very unfortunate round 2. This is what, you know, kind of cements you as a consistent team, right? Now you can kind of overlook that one abysmal round and be like, you know what, we recovered very, very well. And Farang, like you said, has a chance to overtake Expand and maybe a chance to make it to first by the end of the group stage, which is something that's eluded them as an organization for more than a year, locally and at the major stage.
That's no doubt at all that they will be aiming for exactly that. But of course, over the dead bodies of AB Radicals, if they can help it, they will be fighting tooth and nail on the final day because they want to continue inspiring all of the Philippines, and they have got the capability of doing exactly that. When we started the day, or when we started the final match, I have to say, it was teams like MAB getting into those very early skirmishes, but a surprising run by Sem9. From the start all the way to that final circle, engagements after engagements, they did not stop.
And I think Sem9 has just done more than enough. Whatever performance that they put up in the first 2 weeks, this one is, I would say, the crescendo of their capabilities. And it's not even the final day yet, right?
Yeah.
We still have 4 more rounds for them tomorrow. And if they can maintain this, I think they are going to be looking incredible going into the grand finals. But for Farang, I think they did pretty well as well. Honestly, today, the 2 teams that deserves to be highlighted and kind of be put in that Hall of Fame, Sem9 and Farang. You know, I think they did so much better than AB Radicals, so much better than Expand.
Yep.
If you look at it from the overall perspective, that it's hard to overstate how much these two teams have brought to the table since the last time we saw them.
And of course, the praises to Farang is not just because they are a great team, because statistically speaking, with all of the data picked up by themselves in all of the matches that they've played, they have outperformed themselves. And even in situations where it looked like Farang was not supposed to walk away with the victory, they still made that look so easy, right? The final play on this final round, out of that beautiful grenade launcher with a triple kill on Sem9 that was just absolutely ravaging everyone, I think was the highlight of my day, Aski.
And remember, Farang as an organization, when they first joined, if memory serves, when they first joined Free Fire, they won the major, went to the world stage, and ever since then, they have not been able to get a repeat trophy, but they've always been within range of that first place finish. And they are still keeping that consistency up till this point. And who's to say that my prophecy of Farang going back with a trophy is not going to come true? Because they're still in top 3 right now. They just needed that one final push to make it to the end.
Yes, we're not at the final day of our group stage just yet. We've got tomorrow still left in play for us. But if today was the grand finals, Sem9 would have walked away with the trophy. And this is what we're talking about, right? As to how Season 5 is so different as in comparison to all of the previous seasons. Just this one day of play on those 6 maps can be the decider between champions or those that are going to be just disappointed. And Farang, if this sort of a performance is put on out there once again, they're going to be walking away with some tears in their eyes, no doubt whatsoever, because it's going to be good, but it's not going to be good enough against a team of Sem9 that was just blazing on through. And teams like AB Radicals and Expand, yes, they do kind of dominate the overall leaderboard for a little bit, but there was lackluster performance out there today that is going to be punished at the grand finals if it does repeat.
Yeah, and at the same time, if you look at the major, you just look at the organizations without considering the players in the organizations, right? Because we have so many roster changes. 3 of these teams are have a potential to get a repeat major win. Farang, AB Radicals, and Geek Slate, right? The only exception is Blacklist International because they're not in the major, but that really shows how consistent these organizations have been and how much support they've given to the players themselves that has always been repaid in the form of great finishes in tournaments that they participate in.
And if anybody's looking for a little bit of inspiration and they don't want to match themselves or they don't want to compare themselves up to the top dogs of the competition, then they can look to a team like TFC Esports. Once again, if this was the grand finals, TFC would be in your top 5. There's no doubt about that whatsoever, picking up a total of 54. They've surely outdone any of their performance from the previous days. And it wasn't even a crazy back-to-back 4-match runs, right? They had like average points picked up, especially in that first game with the 7 points. But let's, of course, throw that highlight onto the overall stats a little bit as well. Total eliminations, 55, pretty average. 69 knockdowns coming through from this match, from the 51 headshots that surely contributed to that. But the number of blue walls destroyed, that's gonna be my personal highlight, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, the highest record in the history of competitive Free Fire that we have. 99 blue wall destroyed. I don't think we even hit, you know, that high on the world stage. And this is crazy, right? The amount of utilities, the amount of emphasis on utilities that the teams have really evolved to utilize is something that I am very happy about. You know, gone are the days where we have, you know, madmen who resemble Rambos or just goes full John Wick with akimbo SMGs, you know, vector akimbo, and just dual wheel run at your face. Now utilities is what defines a team in these crucial moments. Once more, we look at a player from Farang. This time, it's going to be Spade as our MVP.
5 eliminations, and I believe 3 out of this 5 came out from the grenade launcher. But when you've got 5 eliminations from 14% accuracy in a lobby, I tell you, you can go dancing around KLCC. Nobody's got anything on you because you're the champ of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the final moments as well, right? And in these situations, against Sem9, not really prepared for Farang. You know, you can say that Farang basically took advantage of that opportunity. But to Farang, it is something that they are really good at, right? Once they get the gears running, once someone gives the green light, Farang pounces, and they will fight until one of the teams gets knocked out. And in this case, 11 eliminations, they end this final round with 23 points. So still hitting a pretty good stride, considering that they had 27 in the first round. So that's already 50 points. And they also had round number 5, where they got decent amount of points as well.
And it is the kind of opportunity that you want to see a team like Farang obviously rip for themselves. They're looking for that second spot. They've been able to taste that second spot for a little bit, only to be replaced by Expand in the previous round, and they snatch it right back. If this is going to be an indication of how the grand finals is going to look like, you better be prepared to sweat, Husky, because it's just going to be nerve-wracking, man, to see all of these teams constantly match after match, switch about exactly how the standings look like by the time we reach to the end of the day. Nerve-wracking is a for sure thing that we can expect at the grand finals, but there's also another thing that you guys can expect for the grand finals. We'll break that down for you in a little bit. Let's take a look at the overall standings for this match. Booyah by Farang, 23 points to their name. Sem9 just 1 point behind them because of those amazing eliminations. 14 kills to their name to pick up those 22 points.
I believe out of the 4 rounds Sem9 played, 3 of the rounds Sem9 has been in either first or second place on the match standings, and that is how much Sem9 has done today, overdoing it to a certain extent, right? AV Radicals 12, Expand 11, Todak finally having a better round, getting 9 points, Geeksley getting 14, but on the second page is pretty much the teams that we kind of expected. You know, maybe we want a quick reaction to be higher up in the standings, but they did had a unlucky round. They wiped out one team and they got wiped afterwards. With that being said, I think when we talk about, you know, tomorrow and leading into the grand finals, the past few competition, you know, FFCS, MCPS Major, and even the World Series has all came down to the final round, and you don't really know who wins, right? It always feels like there's this thing hovering over a free fire competition where the last round is the one that decides everything. There's always a miracle waiting to happen.
Sem9 climbing 2 positions from 6th to 4th with their phenomenal, outstanding performance in here today. But the top 3 is going to be AV Radicals, Farang, as well as Expand with their crazy gameplays. Obviously, AV Radicals didn't need to chug out a lot of effort out there as they had already done in the previous weeks. But they need to hustle because kind of dropping the ball towards the very end is not going to serve them up well too much. But you can anticipate more from the Filipinos tomorrow on the final day of our group stage. Yet another Filipino squad to shine the spotlight on would be the Ilustrados Juegos with the 5th place to their name, 243 points, just a stone's throw away from Sem9, and JPT-NC dropping 2 spots just as Sem9 climbs 2 spots, taking over Sem9's place in the 6th position with 219 points to their name.
And you look at the second page, the race for 12th spot, still very close. TFC in 10th, Udo Axis in 11th, Tactical Intex gatekeeping the 12th spot, but they can easily be knocked down by teams like Freedom and Y, Tok Dalang, even PXG and Pando EWG have good opportunities to take them out of the 12th spot tomorrow. We have 4 more rounds to decide who qualifies for the grand finals, and tomorrow probably is going to be less of who is on the first page, and as compared to, who makes it to top 12.
And of course, in the near future, I will not be surprised if I do happen to see a Udo Sem9 squad running amok out there on the battlefield. Axis, I expected a little bit more from them, and now it's looking like it might even be possible that we see them relegated from the competition. So the drama's going to be heated up tomorrow for sure, Husky.
I think if Axis doesn't make it to the grand finals, I believe this would be the first time the organization has missed out on the major finals or in any tournament finals. I think even in third-party tournaments that Axis participate in, they always have made top 12.
Yeah.
This is gonna be, crunch time for Axis Esports. They are not out of the running just yet, but they need to show up tomorrow.
They most definitely need to step up on both the placement points as well as the eliminations. And worst case scenario, even if they don't step up tomorrow, do the basic, just make sure you get into the grand finals and then really show exactly what Axis is capable of. I'm very sure Yud is going to be really proud of them if they're able to carry the brand in that way. Tactical index, a little bit of smack talk from them against Tok Dalang, but thankfully, Tok Dalang kind of bombed out a little prematurely the previous round, so there was nothing much Tok Dalang could say about that. And Tactical index managed to keep their pressure on some of the other teams, at least in some of those gunfights, to remain in the top 12. In fact, like you said, gatekeeping the 12th spot. But gatekeeping is not going to be enough because of how close the points are down at the bottom. And you know, when it comes to crunch time, some of these teams are really going to be putting on some breakout performances. I mean, today we saw that breakout performance from TFC bouncing out of the bottom 6 and pretty much safe in the 10th spot right now. But if they don't keep up a performance like that, losing that qualifier into the grand finals is still possible, even for a team like TFC.
One of the best things that could happen tomorrow is that we go down to the final round and there's only one spot in the top 12 and it's ITX against Tok Dalang and they battle it out for it. Or it's either they fight out in the final circle or both teams hot drop each other and try to just take each other out at the start of the round. Like, it has happened multiple times and I would love to see if ITX can back up their smack talk, because nothing feels sweeter than smack talking someone and actually be the team that gatekeeps them from qualifying for the grand finals. But with that being said, I want to remind you guys something very, very important, because the MCPS finals for season 5 is happening on the 15th of April. We will be holding the MCPS watch party along with the Ramadan Booyah Bazaar at ESI Hub, Space Rubik's Puchong, Malaysia. And not only can we watch the grand finals together, there's a lot of activities such as lucky draws, Kahoot quizzes, and so on. Registration starts at 12 p.m. We'll see you guys there. We will be there.
If you guys are there, we'll probably book up Wasa at the same time as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to that event. I'm definitely looking forward to joining you guys at the grand finals for the watch party. But I'll be joining you from, of course, your screen. And later on, making my way all the way down.
Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Free Fire action. Same time to find out which 12 teams will make it to the grand finals on 15th of April. It's going to be a banger. But for now, we're going to sign off. I'm Husky. Here's the Mustachio AJ. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.